Welcome, everybody. I know it's been a while, but we are back with the Meatheads podcast.
Wolves done. Fuck with De Niro, I got a Snyder extended clip, so who wanna play hero? Go bad shit like Ozzy, I was born in the darkness. Oh, you the wolf, so we pull up and you're harmless. So pray to
Burberry scars, strip and parry on. Living like a comet, moving amongst the stars. $100,000 sports car.
The following program is rated TV MAL. It contains strong language and is intended only for mature.
How's everybody's father feeling today?
Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself. Let me talk to you.
That's right, folks. Let us talk to you, and happy Thursday, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Circle of Debate podcast and the rest of Delorean and, of course, Top Rope Wrestling Talk. That is right. The Debate Center here, folks. That's what we are here. And, of course, I'm not alone. Of course, this is the host, Steve, is what I'm seeing with my other two hosts here. And I know you can barely see because it's sunny in California. I thought it was going to rain, but it's not. I don't know what the hell happened. Mother Nature is just not making up her mind, but it's here. Of course, the host of the DVC, and here with my two compadres, familia, mi sangre, and that is, of course, the man who has it going on XM radio, folks. This man has it going Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays, could be now daily, and also you could officially now see him on YouTube. You can click the link tree below where you can find Mr. Delorean himself. But I'll let the music play. That's right. We're gonna play all day. How you mentioning it on Sunday?
Or let just play in the background the whole stream.
Turn the entire show to a video.
Exactly.
Go fuck with De Niro. I got a Snyder extended clip, so who wanna play hero? Go bad shit like Ozzy,
those beautiful overlays.
Oh yeah. So we pull up and you're harmless.
That is right, ladies and gentlemen. Back to there, what's going on there? What's going on?
What's good, man? Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you, man. We missed you on Sunday with the Debate Center. I'm glad to be working with you right now.
Yep. Oh, yeah, man, I know. But it was Sunday. It was some in-laws, B-Day, on St. Patrick's Day.
For sure.
But you guys weren't agreeing, except this guy below me, because he was too busy doing his $3.99, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, where you can find him just on OnlyFans. And because he's a Mussolini, the real Pepsi, because he is a real motherfucking Pepsi Phil. That's right, ladies. Get him.
Hello, kids.
Hello, ladies.
6 seconds. 6 seconds till we get a king.
That is right. Pepsi Phil, what's happening, my brother? Are you ready for today, March Madness of Wrestling?
Let's see it. I'm choosing violence today, so what we got on the table today?
Oh, you're choosing violence.
I choose violence every day, but, it's a special occasion when y'all here.
Temple showed choosing violence.
Yeah, what's going on? Shout out to Temple right here. That's right.
Temple!
What's going on, Temple? And that's right. What's going on, Dylan?
What's up, Dylan?
World Elite. Make sure you follow World Elite
So
on their YouTube channel. They'll be live later on today as well.
Dalton,
What is going on, Dalton? Appreciate you for tuning in. But folks, we got a lot to talk about today, man. There's a lot. That's why the title of this episode is Wrestling March Madness. Thank my other host right here, Mr. De Niro over here, for calling it that, because it was me. Was it? I give it to him. Give him the credit, not me. That's right. But man, I just want to recap Raw very quick because something caught my attention on Raw that I wanted to discuss with you guys. I kind of want to know because we're 14 days away from WrestleMania. I mean, we could say that, right?
we're close, yeah.
We're pretty much close, but there's a lot of things. Two things that caught my attention, and I heard it from all the podcast community, and I heard their opinions. But you haven't heard ours, folks. You got to hear our shit because, man, you already know. What we're gonna discuss is gonna hit the fan.
Shit's about to hit the fan.
That's right. It's about to hit the fan. That's right here. So, two things that I want to ask you guys here. One was Cody's promo. Promo, of course, especially when we heard the Rock's last Friday's promo. Yes, we discussed it on this past Sunday on the Debate Sunday. We discussed that. But the one thing, the rebuttal from Cody was just very soft. Like, it was, a lot of people was like, why is this soft? Why? He's not being angry. He's not being high. It was just very soft. Like, no violence right there because, Phil mentioned about violence, but I didn't see no violence from him from here. And the other question you combine with this one as well, gentlemen, is Becky's been doing back-to-back Mania matches. My apologies. Wrestling matches, of course, before heading into Mania. She's almost busting like what her husband does, Seth Rollins. I mean, I can understand that, but it's a big risk, which, by the way, was a good main event for Raw, for her and Nia Jax, for once Nia Jax actually sold. He finally took care of her as well. And I was scared for Becky, I'll tell you that. When she did that bottom from the apron to the table. I was hoping she's not fuck up her arm. I was like, no, don't risk it. The biggest questions here, these two questions that I have, that's why I put it here on the right there. The subject is, was Cody's promo too soft? I mean, what's going on with this promo? What's going on heading into Mania? What are we going to get out of it? And should Becky stop wrestling and save herself? Because we haven't seen Rhea Ripley. If we noticed that ever since the Elimination Chamber, we haven't really seen her in competition. So it's, we're 2 weeks away from Mania, folks. So, I mean, I want to hear you guys' thoughts. So I'm taking to you, Pepsi Phil. Break it down, brother.
Cody's promo, I thought, was okay. I mean, it wasn't. I mean, I think, if you could probably say it was bland, but truth be told, I think this kind of works for Cody. Honestly, like, Cody has never been the guy who screams or been the angry one, but he always delivers deliberate storytelling dialogue, which is pretty much what he did. Which honestly makes a lot of sense. Like, I can understand, like, The Rock's out here screaming, talking about his mama, over here talking about somebody's parents, talking about the tree or whatever. Like, that's his thing. Like, he is always the one to do that. Cody's always been the one to go, you know what? You can fuck around and find out. But I'll tell you that thing. So I don't think his promo was too soft. I think his promo was on brand for the character he's been portraying, where he's like the speak softly, carry a big stick type right now. That's always been his thing. That was when he was in Japan. The same thing with AEW. So for me, I thought it was a good promo for what it was. I think right now, if it was me, I don't think I would pull back on the Cody stuff in the sense that I don't need to see him every single week. Truth be told, like, I don't need to see him on every show. I would actually just put him either like have him do one more and not really have him come out to like the night before Mania. I'd have him like going around doing stuff like, because I think right now the anticipation is what it is. So I'm kind of curious to see what he does next. So as for Becky, do I think it's a chance? Yeah, but I got to tell you right now, if you're going to build up someone for a match against probably the greatest women's champion they have had probably in 10 years, you need to give that person a pedigree, not just Becky Lynch being the man and last year and being Becky 2 belts, But leading up to Rhea versus Becky, you need to give her a pedigree of leading up to Becky. She beat the shit out of this person. She beat the hell out of this person. So her having a match every week, yeah. And truth be told, there is a part of me that makes me wonder if being married to Seth put that mentality back in her head. Because I think, that's what Seth does. Seth's like, I'm working 24 hours a day. Like when I'm not with my family, I'm wrestling. And I feel like in that household, those two competitive bitches are like, yo. I mean, Seth is, even though Seth won WrestleMania and won one of the greatest moves in WrestleMania history, he is still salty that his wife main evented WrestleMania and he has it. I mean,
yep.
He's not a bitch about it, but in the back of his head, he goes, man, I ain't done it yet, but my wife has. What the fuck? Like, that's the kind of that's the friendly competition they have. And I think this is just the offshoot fall off from that. And honestly, like you said, it was a good match. I was generally like, God damn, Nia, what the hell? You need to do this every single time you get in the ring. So I was pretty happy with that. And I think she did a good job.
It's fucking simple. Brandy's giving us violence today. That's what it is.
Yeah, and I think that, like I said, I'm not even that. Like I said, I think they're doing a good job of like building up anticipation for Mania. Like I said, I would I think we need to talk about the Jay and Jimmy promo they did together. Like that right there. Even though we all knew it was coming because they did that interview where they said that's something I like to have, and they slowly built up to it, and we knew it was coming. They are selling it really well, in my opinion. I mean, slapping the yeet out of you feels a little bit hard, but he put some energy behind that slap, and I was like, well, I guess I'm in. So I was
for sure.
So I was pretty okay with, like, honestly, this, I will say this Raw and last Raw have been pretty good. Solid. I gave them a B the last couple of weeks. Like, they were pretty solid, not just on wrestling, on the promos, and the promos didn't feel like they dragged out. I know I'm veering away from the actual conversation, but I think it's like the Cody promo and the Becky's thing is indicative of exactly how the programming for Raw is coming out well. And I think people are starting to I think these guys are taking advantage of it. And literally they're doing stuff that they haven't done before. They're leaning into it a lot more. Like Cody's promo was good. I mean, y'all know how I feel about The Rock in this promo. It feels passe. Like he needs to be a different type of heel, in my opinion. Like this a throwback to the old heel thing is like, I know everybody's happy about it. I'm just like, I'm gonna need some evolution. But no pun intended. So
I know. I want to say evolution.
But like Becky, Sammy, and Sammy and Gunther. I remember I was a Chad and Gunther. I wanted Chad and Gunther for WrestleMania. After that promo, those two had, I was like, oh, this might be a thing. Like literally, I was like, for the first time, I was like, Sammy looked like he might kill somebody tonight. So I was like I said, I've been pretty excited. Granted, this also might be because they also have that new production guy who's working in the back who replaced Kevin Dunn. I forget what his name. I think it's Lee something or other.
Yeah,
production is nice this week.
Yeah. The camera work in the production has been hella impressive,
top notch.
Hell yeah!
And I think that lends well to the storytelling that they're doing in the ring. So like. And there's not like this go in the camera ease. There's not a lot of jump shots. Every time the camera's on something, you don't feel like you missed a shot or missed a great move or something like that. And those long pull away shots where you just see the people coming to the ring from like the back end, like for some reason that it's making everyone's moves more compelling. It's making the show more compelling. And I don't know if it's eating up time, but the show does not feel. I mean, it's still 3 hours and you feel it, but it doesn't feel as like a trudging 3 hours like it used to be. So
I agree. I absolutely agree, especially with the production. If they continue to do it that way, especially like how you mentioned about the Sammy, how they followed him all the way to the back and then ran it into DIY and Miz and R-Truth. That's perfect. I mean, the production itself, if they continue to do it that way, it feels more realistic to us. That's where it's getting to that era because it's no longer how it used to be. Like, oh yeah, well yeah, you cut this promo and then like you're literally passing by and you're seeing what's really behind the scenes and what it is out there.
Yeah, there's like 500 people working backstage. It's always funny when they show someone walking backstage and you see absolutely nobody in the shot, like nobody in the background. Come on, bro. It's like a fucking 1,000 of you guys up in this bitch.
Like that is not a small operation.
Nah, not at all.
Yeah, no, that's a big operation. For real. Love. De Niro, break it down, brother.
Yeah.
Cody's promo, right? I liked Cody's promo. I liked, his little dick syndrome line. Cody's promo was very much like the promo. I saw people comparing it, the promo that Cody had against Jericho back in the early days of Dynamite, going up into their pay-per-view matchup. I believe it was like Full Gear or whatever. And where he was like, he was hitting him with bombs, but he was saying it in such a calm manner. But I do think we are going to get a more pissed off Cody. And I think that starts with Friday. This whole, he's going to show up alone and Roman's going to show up alone. I think that's all ploy. Cody shook hands with Paul Heyman, who shouldn't be trusted at all. Go ask the whole roster from ECW if Paul Heyman should be trusted. But I think that Cody Rhodes, he shows up for a one-on-one conversation with Roman, and then out comes Solo and Jimmy, and they jump Cody, and Cody has no one to have his back. And Cody Rhodes is finally going to be at his breaking point. He's going to be snapping. He's going to be pissed off. He's going to be ready to kill the bloodline come WrestleMania because this was the final chance that he gave them. He trusted them by their word, and it was all just to set him up and jump him, right? So I think we're going to get more of a fiery promo, but I think it's a evolution. I think it's going to be built up to. So I'm not mad at the promo that he just had, but I do feel we're going to get more fire past this Friday. As for Becky Lynch, I like that they have her wrestling because I feel like, and I love Rhea Ripley, right? I feel like with this new crop of talent and the women that are really killing it, people who are talking about, Io Sky and Rhea Ripley and Bianca Belair, they're considering these women as the best right now in the WWE, and people forgot who Becky Lynch was. So I feel like to build up her matchup with Rhea Ripley to WrestleMania, they're trying to remind everybody who Becky Lynch is, who the man is. This is a former WrestleMania main eventer. This is one of the first women to ever main event WrestleMania, right? They got to remind people going into WrestleMania that this is not just a regular challenger for Rhea Ripley. This is a generational talent. There's never going to be another Becky Lynch. So let's remind the crowd of that. So I think the matches leading up to WrestleMania for Becky Lynch is just to cause more hype for the matchup of Rhea Ripley. And I agree with Pepsi Phil too. I think that we definitely got to talk about that Jimmy versus Jay promo because that shit got me hyped. Even Papa Keish was on Twitter talking about that shit. We got to have, I'm telling you right now, if Rikishi's not special guest referee, I'm going to be pissed. But I don't think it's going to happen now, right? I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think Rikishi's going to be special guest referee just because I think that, like I said on the DeLorean, the next night, we're probably going to get CM Punk as special guest referee for Seth Rollins and Drew McIntyre. So I don't think you do 2 nights of special guest referee matches. But I think that Rikishi does have to be there, and I think he should play a role in the matchup. I think that maybe, after the matchup ends, they still are fighting, and Rikishi comes down and breaks them up. Like, all right, you guys had to the end of the matchup. Now you guys got to stop this shit. I see what Temple said in the comments, too, about Jimmy winning with the help of Naomi. I like that idea, too. I don't think that Jey Uso necessarily needs this win. I think that if you want to build Jimmy as a single star, you have to have him beat Jay because right now Jay is main event Jay and Jimmy's just Roman's bitch at this point. So I think Jimmy has to win this matchup as well. I think that the idea of Naomi helping is a great idea, Temple. But overall, Raw been good. I really like what they're doing leading up to WrestleMania. I think that every storyline that they display on WWE right now, Raw and SmackDown, all has a purpose. Like Phil said, it's very little filler. It all seems like everything matters, and that's what you want on the road to WrestleMania. You want everything to matter. You don't want to see shows that are skippable or missable when it's the most important time and season for the WWE on their calendar year. So this is definitely very intriguing. I love everything that they're putting on the screen, which is, a lot for me to say because there's been many times I've been very vocal about not being the biggest WWE fan. So for me to say that everything that they're putting on the screen right now is doing well, it's saying a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Love it. I absolutely love it. And Tempo's I think nothing We have retained Mania, and the rest will get new champions all around. We're gonna get there soon, Temple, when we get to the predictions of WrestleMania. But the way how it's looking now is just excuse me. So the Gunther situation for me is more. I like it because you're really making Sammy the underdog, and which you could say that he kind of is in this case. And how we talked about it like a week ago when we talked about how Sammy looked like, the version of Roddy Piper, what I mentioned. And it feels like that. It still feels that to me, even though we saw what happened with him and Chad Gable talking about, oh no, well, it might come down to the way how it looks like to me. I mean, you can't correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like maybe Chad Gable. Two things could happen in this scenario. Could be either they add him in the triple threat, or him training Sammy for him to get ready for Gunther. Like make it, because one thing caught my eye on this story. It's a straight like Rocky 3. Because we are in Philly. So you remember how it was when it was, and I'll make it short, like how Rocky had of course, the old man passed away. He trained, of course, and so in this case, I feel that it's almost the same thing. Like he's getting ready for Clubber. And so I feel like how Rocky was getting ready, rematch against Clubber. I feel like this one in this scenario is more like Sammy's going to get ready against Gunther. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to work out. And I think they're heading that direction of the story. Becky, on the other hand, I mean, yes, she continue to be like her man, but be careful. You don't want to damage her yet. You got to be careful with her. And I'm hoping we get this. We got the stare down, but we still need to wait, see what's going to happen towards the last week of Raw, since you're going to be there. So we can't wait to see how that's going to work out once they sit down eye to eye. And, Cody promos to me, look, I'm going to say it very brief. And I know people are going to be like, why? Why you're like that? Why?
Did somebody mention Cody? And Rocky.
Yes.
In the house.
You talk about the Philly legend, but not the South Philly Psycho.
Exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen,
what's good, homie?
What's up, fam?
Ladies and gentlemen, he is here because he is the extreme of podcasting, because he is none other than the notorious D-O-N.
Studio, I hear Rocky, I hear Cody. I'm like, oh, well, now you're just talking my
that's
language.
Your cue.
That was your cue to come in.
I also wanted to make sure I looked a little bit more like the Just Incredible of the Impact Players podcast.
Yeah, I still got to work on that Lance Storm. Am I Rat Tail Lance Storm? Like early day Lance Storm?
Yeah, like early Lance. Yeah.
That might not happen. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh man, Temple said I would have booked the Undisputed Tag Team titles. We're gonna get into that, as a matter of fact. But Notorious, you're here.
I'm here.
That's right. He made it, my brother. So
I'm tired because I was rushing to get here, but I'm here.
We appreciate you made it, my brother. But go ahead and break us down for your thoughts of the Raw, recap, and also the two subjects that I put here. And I want to hear your thoughts, buddy. Go ahead.
Well, let's see. Thoughts on Cody promo. Oh, well, first of all, Cody's promo might have been soft, but it's coming, y'all. Mm-hmm. It's coming. De Niro said it. He said everything other than Cody is about to become the Bloodline's nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't wait. That's it. There's levels to this shit. There's levels. He's got a little more hype, a little more animated when he's cutting these promos, and now if this has happened again, he is going to take it to another level, and he is going to become the Bloodline's nightmare. And honestly, I don't even know how should Becky compete going into Mania is even a question. Did Nia break her face again?
No, thank goodness.
Okay, we're cool. What's the problem? Of course you want Becky competing. Shit, if Seth wasn't just coming off a knee injury, I'd want him out there every single day of the fucking week too. I mean, it's a no-brainer. You want Becky out there. You want her to be involved in these stories
Mhm.
and make it feel like she's got this mountain to climb. So even if maybe she comes up short against Rhea at WrestleMania, which she probably will, they'd be like, oh, but look at everything else she accomplished along the way. And she had such a valiant effort. Story, people, story. Otherwise, I mean, Raw was very good. Pepsi Phil kind of admitted I was right about Gunther and Sammy. I'm happy about that.
I don't think I said I was happy, and you were right, sir.
No, you didn't say you was happy. You said I was right, and there's a difference.
Again, I think begrudgingly accept might be the better term for it.
Still means I'm right.
I'm gonna let you have that one.
Yeah, it's nothing. It's nothing against Chad Gable.
Oh yeah, I know.
But if you think about it, even those amazing matches that the two of them had
Morgan
were on TV.
What up, Morgan?
What up, Morgan?
Oh, Meathead! I got to work on your episode. I'm so sorry, buddy.
Oh, the future!
Okay.
He's here.
Whoa.
Tom.
Tom.
Cheers to you, Tom. Cheers.
Good evening, good morning, and if I don't see you, good afternoon and good night. I don't know what to. But it was just, it's like I said, as good as Gunther and Gable's matches were, they were on TV. They didn't even put them on the pay-per-view. They put them on the Raw after. You know where Sammy and Gunther goes? WrestleMania. Again, there's levels to this shit. You want to have a good TV match? Chad Gable, and eventually he will rise to that level. But right now, Sammy, it's like I'm not the biggest fan of Kevin Owens being in the U.S. title match, but Kevin Owens is like Mr. fucking WrestleMania. He beat Seth Rollins twice there. He had Stone Cold's return match, and then he main evented it, won the tag team titles with Sammy. He's kind of a big deal at WrestleMania.
Did he win his Jericho match?
I think he did.
Yeah.
He did.
You won the Jericho match.
There's he doesn't just say it's KO Mania as like a shtick or a gimmick. It literally is. So you kind of expect these things at WrestleMania because you want these major showdowns on that card, especially at WrestleMania 40, especially in Philly. Because if you don't give that crowd, especially that local crowd, trust me, the card they deserve, you are going to hear about it all day, night 2, the Monday after, and for the rest of your fucking life. So Trips, you better come correct. That's all I'm saying.
I mean,
we're gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to wait to see about correct.
I mean, it's funny you say that because the quality of the show, like you said, has gone up drastically, like exponentially. That quality of that show. If you look at that show where it was last year versus now, or even like 6 months ago versus now, the quality of that show, from the wrestlers to the storytelling to everyone, literally has gone up exponentially. And again, is that because
matters?
Yeah, because what's his name? Is it because what's his name went away? Probably, but I think the fallout from that was there's a bunch of people right now who are like, "This, it's a new day." I'm tripping, and
Yes,
like,
it is.
and I think
Well, it's like I said. It's like I had said. It's like I had said on the Debate Network last weekend. And if you haven't seen it, when we're done, go back and watch it, because it was the shit, and you don't know. But it's like I said then. If you're not ramping your game up as a promotion and as a wrestler during WrestleMania season, I don't care what promotion you are affiliated with, you might as well get out the game. You might as well. If WWE and their talent is not pushing as hard as they could possibly push to get to WrestleMania, they might as well just sell the stocks and fold.
Yeah.
What's the point of having the grandest stage of them all if you don't treat it like the grandest stage of them all?
Exactly.
Yeah.
No argument.
And that's why we got Sammy and Gunther and not Gable and Gunther. There's grandest stage of them all, and there's Monday Night Raw. There's a difference.
Yeah, I think the problem is I wanted to push Gable. I think Gable.
Jonah, what is going on, Jonah? Shout
Jonah?
out to Rewind.
Hey, Jonah, what's happening, man? And Morgan, I'm watching some of the episode. I've been working like a dog. I'm gonna get to it, and we will have the meatheads out this weekend, boys and girls. Stay tuned. But I mean, the guy that I feel bad for that nobody's really talking about is Senior Money in the Bank.
Yeah.
Remember when he stepped to Gunther like mid ring with the case in his hand, and we thought, "Oh, this shit's going down."
What happened?
I don't want to mark. I don't.
What happened was shit. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we could mark him out yet. I think there's an interesting twist, Abel. There, like, can you imagine? And I don't mean obviously again the belt. You technically when you have the Money in the Bank, it's always assumed you're going after the World Championship. But can you imagine if Sammy wins the IC title, and 2 seconds later, your boy comes out, hits him in the back of the head with a suitcase, rings the bell, and takes it from him at Mania?
I mean, Jonah, honestly, I don't think WWE does, or it would have been there. It wasn't even good enough to be on their side pay-per-view. They had the whole pay-per-view, had the whole card. Then the next day on Raw, they had Gunther versus Gable.
I think
if it wasn't good enough for a like filler pay-per-view between Big Four, it's not good enough for Mania. And that's not me saying it. That's WWE telling you.
I mean, I think it might be because they still see Gable as a bit of a joke. I think you said that last week. And the more I think about it, that's probably they're not doing the thing that they're supposed to do when they're pushing somebody. Like right now, they should probably be, if you want him to be Mania, I guess you could theoretically say if you're going to push him to Mania, you might want to pretty much have him slowly pull away from Alpha Academy a little bit.
Right.
Or do you do what they do with AJ and just have him just have a straight falling out with the crew?
There you go. Well, that's you know what this is? You know what this feels like with Gable, who I love, by the way. So please don't think I'm like hating on this dude. I love him. Gable is doing Kurt Angle's shtick in reverse. He started out all goofy and shit. Now they're trying to make him more like technical and this and talk about this. Make him this big. No, see, Angle was a beast, and then he started running with like the Authority at the time, even though they weren't the Authority, and like wearing silly little hats and playing guitar and doing all that goofy shit and like thirsting over Steph. You know, that was after he won world titles, not before.
Was it Steph or Charmel?
It was both. It was Steph in WWE, then it was Charmel in TNA.
Do you remember Rec? Do you remember the team Rec?
Yeah.
Vaguely.
It was Rhino, Edge, Christian, and Kurt.
Yeah.
See, that was when Kurt really went into his comedy shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was a short-lived faction, which honestly, I feel like they didn't give it enough of a chance to grow.
Definitely not. Yeah. They had legs on that before they ended that.
Yeah. But it did give us fun. It did break us into like Kurt being hilarious, though.
But I do want to say real quick to what you said about the IC title match and Mr. Money in the Bank going to cash in on the IC champion. What if, and that would cause major heat, right? But what if this happens, right? And Dom, you might want to close your ears for this, right?
No.
What if you have Cody Rhodes finish the story, right? Beat Roman Reigns. And then before the pay-per-view goes off the air, that's when you got Damian Priest cash in, beating Cody. Cody finally gets to the top of the mountain, only for a couple minutes. And that sets you up for Cody to get that title again. But think about the fucking crowd reaction. There would be a riot in Philly.
How do I respond to this? Do I look like Josh Alexander to you?
Oh, fuck. Why would you say about Josh Alexander?
Put a wrestling headpiece on you, maybe.
I might, but not Cody.
I mean, for what it's worth, that's
according to Meathead, I look like Walter White.
I mean, if you think about it, that's an interesting move because that would lead into SummerSlam nicely. Because
it sets up more story.
Yeah, Cody and the adversity angle and the just missed the brass ring after getting it for like 2 seconds is a compelling story. I will admit. I mean, people will be pissed, and I understand that. I mean, and then you got to wonder about Judgment Day, but I mean that's another story right there that pretty much gets to happen.
Yeah, but and to your point about Judgment Day, everybody's Gable got screwed. Gable. Meanwhile, you got Priest. No, okay. Let's just take a minute and look at WWE's background here. Priest is one of the leaders of the faction dominating Raw, while Gable is the leader of a faction that wears pink and does nothing.
I mean, ain't nothing wrong wearing pink. Why you gonna
Was Gable, Priest? No, what?
I'll tell you this right now.
I don't understand people sometimes. Like you watch the product, you see it, you say, "Oh, it's good." And you say, "But Gable, fuck Priest."
Fickle. They're fickle.
Get the fuck out of here.
No, Dom, I'm right there with you. I think that Gable and Gunther is definitely a great pay-per-view match, but not a WrestleMania match. And also, let's not forget that this is the longest reigning IC champion of all time, right?
Yeah.
And let's not forget that they're really building this up as, hey, Sam, you can't get the big one. You can't get it done. You can't do this. You're not going to be able to do it. So that means, in my opinion, that this is Gunther's last match as IC champion. I think that Sami Zayn is going to win the belt.
Same.
So if this is going to be Sami's moment, then why mess with that? You don't have to make it a three-way. Just if you want Chad to get his shot, have it on the go-home show before WrestleMania and have Chad lose again. You know what I mean? And then have Gunther say, hey, I beat all your favorites more than once now. Like, and then once he gets to Mania, he loses to Sami Zayn.
Well, unless they do this, because keep in mind that we have a 2-night event and the card is not fully yet filled up. We still got 2 more weeks away. Unless they do something actually different this time and actually change the momentum. Like let's say they do the Andre Battle Royal. Let's say the winner of that could choose either the U.S. Championship or the Intercontinental Championship and choose the event of where you want to actually compete. So let's say they win. Let's say Chad Gable. Let's say they go that direction. Say he wins it. Let's say he chooses. Okay, I'd rather go choose on either that following Monday after Mania or choose it until the next event. That could be. I'm not sure. It all depends on what PLE they're gonna have. He could choose that. That could be the only way. I feel that Sammy wins. We'll have a rematch, and we'll have and I feel this time we will have Chad Gable win the Intercontinental title away from Sammy, and then have Sammy head to the title direction, go for the briefcase for Money in the Bank. How Temple was mentioning in the comment. Maybe that could be that direction because they didn't bring it up for the last 2 years. Correct me if I'm wrong. They did the Battle Royal at SmackDown, right? They never did it at the WrestleMania pay-per-view.
Oh,
the last 2
Andre
years
the
it was on SmackDown.
Yeah, the last couple years it was on SmackDown.
So now maybe they're capable of doing it now. Since now this is Papa H's era. This is no longer McNuggets era.
Are they capable of making it mean anything? Because it never.
Exactly. That's why I feel that if they're capable of adding that, that at least addition to it, not just a statue. And no disrespect to
more
Andre.
than just a trophy, for sure.
Yes.
Andre was more than just a fucking trophy.
Okay. I know that, but I'm just saying to add an addition like a number one contendership, at least.
Oh no, I get it. I'm just saying the way they've treated that is just disrespectful as fuck. I'm sorry. And by the way, Jonah, I feel the exact same way. I wasn't necessarily talking about you. There's just a lot of people, that have said what I said, so that was my reaction to it. Not exactly you, bro. We're cool.
So I want to address something Temple said about Damian Priest cashing in on a mid-card title being stupid. I would agree if it was anyone else but him. The reason being is that I cannot see Damian Priest with a world championship. I can see him with a belt, not a tag belt, but an actual singles belt, and the next one up that could pretty much prove him ready for the world championship would be the IC title for me. That's the reason why I would like him to get that. Because honestly, him getting the world championship for what? Has he even with a suitcase that doesn't garner him rights to a belt? So would and this is an honest question for the room. Would y'all be excited? I mean,
Mr. Universal himself.
You're right.
What's going on? Subscribe to the Universal Wrestling Podcast.
Hold on, bro.
I don't see that. I don't see that. That lies and deceit. That's all I see.
Facts is all I saw. You sit here drinking Coke. Fuck you.
So my question is who here wants to see Damian Priest with a world championship? Or
I wouldn't mind.
Who wants
I wouldn't mind
for a championship?
Who?
See him go for a world championship.
Why the hell not? I wouldn't mind that.
No.
I for one, who I do Raw Dog with De Niro, and I say it every time Damian Priest is in the main event. Every time this guy is given a big opportunity, he looks like $1 million. His matchup with
I'm not arguing that. No, he is always money right now, and this goes back to something Temple said. Has he done enough work to warrant carrying the world championship? Is my question.
Yes. He's always money. He's been U.S. champ. He's running in the top click. He's got 2 tag team titles and a briefcase on him. How much more does he have to do? Does he have to mollywop Roman Reigns along the way? Does he have to? I mean, does he have to go Razor's Edge, venereal kink scum McFuck? What does he have to do? What the fuck else does this man have to do? Everybody, that's what I'm saying. Fuck Pink. Everybody's sitting here pushing Chad Gable. Everybody's sitting here saying, "Oh, Damian Priest, money, not a champion." What?
I'm just saying I haven't seen anything. They haven't put him in a position yet to get the championship. Other than the fact that he's great, I haven't seen them book him in a way to say they want him to be champion.
We will get there. So we'll save that. That'll be a debate. That's a debate center right there. But man, I want to get into it very quick so we can move on to the other topics.
Oh,
here.
these
yes, because who should be in these ladder matches? Because by far we have bracket number 1. We had Legalo versus New Cash Republic. I'm assuming they're announced that that's next Friday for the winner of that gets into the ladder match. Tomorrow we're gonna have AOP versus the Street Profits and Austin Theory and Jesus Christ, I keep forgetting his name. I can't believe it.
Grayson Waller.
Grayson Waller versus, of course,
Aussie's finest.
Aussie, yes, I love it. Yeah, yeah, that's right. And Doc Gallows and Anderson. So who deserves to have those 2 spots? We already got the ones on Raw, as we can see now here. The Miz, R-Truth, we expected that. DIY I was shocked. Let me just get this out of the way.
I was pumped.
I was shocked. I was pumped too. But the Creed brothers to not be here, that's where it got me like, what the fuck? Like, okay.
Maybe next time, fellas. Maybe next time.
Maybe
how long
so.
These 2 been waiting?
Some personality. How about that?
That too. There is that.
Well,
I want to say it.
Has Demolition officially retired? Are we sure Demolition is retired?
That's another topic. But the New Day, of course, they defeated Team Alpha. Mm-hmm. I actually wouldn't mind to have Otis and oh man, that would have been unexpected that to happen. I would have been like, oh my god, they're getting their Mania moment. I'm like, why not? Tozawa deserves it. After everything what he's been through, that guy fucking deserves to have a Mania moment. He's been up and why the hell?
He's the Japanese R-Truth.
Yes, he is, and I love it. But just of course, brief question on this: who deserves to get those last 2 spots? It's just Breeze. It's not never-ending title races.
And messed up Money in the Bank bookings. No. They've done right by letting Roman take it home for 3 years. It's been great. It's been great. And Damian Priest is shit, obviously.
I mean, God bless Austin Theory. He tried.
In what fucking world?
Austin Theory had the worst struggle with that suitcase I have ever seen any wrestler have.
Hell, it's AEW root beer better than Pepsi, or I love Ray Charles Diet Pepsi.
Personally, I like root beer. I'm just.
What's going on? Shout out to Chef Brian. Look what is going on.
Brian, what up?
Prefer this view, honestly. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you. Gabe was that could be the case too, Temple. Maybe they could do that for night 2 if they decide.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting move.
Yes. To the words out of my mouth there, Ivan. Yes, I did. I appreciate Temple. I appreciate you. But De Niro, who should get those 2 spots? I mean, you tell me, brother. What do you think?
I think that for the first match, Street Profits and AOP, See that's interesting because my heart says Street Profits, but like AOP has done shit since coming back. I mean, they're in Karrion Kross's little crew, and then what? You just have them lose? Like, I think that it'll be interesting to put AOP in it just so they could be like the wrecking crew inside of the matchup and just take everybody out. But shit, I mean, I can only imagine the crazy spots that someone like Montez Ford will pull off in a ladder match like this. So I'm going for AOP. I mean, I'm going for the Street Profits, but I could see them giving it to AOP. As for the second matchup, I love Carl Anderson and Luke Gallows. You know what I mean? Bullet Club for life. But they have done shit with them on the main roster. Like, I like what the direction is for them on NXT, right? So keep them in NXT, have them join up with Tama Tonga sometime down the future. You know what I mean? That'll be cool. But as of right now, I think we're going to see Austin Theory and Grayson Waller in this ladder matchup.
Yeah, what about Legado and the Catch a Republic or whatever the hell that is?
I think they
gotta change that fucking name. I'm sorry, it's just, but I get it. I guess we'll see. What do we got?
I mean, just call it British Strong Style. Like, fuck that.
Yes,
British Strong Style. That's it.
I was
for that
sitting here
matchup
for a minute, and I was thinking, who the fuck is New Cash Republic?
No, but if you,
First of all,
I think for that matchup,
Griff Garrison.
Am I the only one who loves that name? Because apparently I am. God damn.
I think you are.
You're the only man because it sounds like Star Wars for me, like the Republic. Like, oh my god,
it sounds like a bank.
No, you know
right?
It sounds like
Cash Republic.
It sounds like Star Wars and New Jack City fucked and made a baby.
Right? For that
Instead
matchup,
of the Cash Money Brothers, New Jack City, and the Republic, we got the New Cash Republic.
I agree. It's a horrible fucking name. Yeah, see, I'm going big time in Hollywood.
That's
I appreciate
right?
you.
He is
But
Hollywood, baby.
Nah, so for that matchup, I'm definitely going with the New Catch Republic, just for the fact that I think that we're going to be getting Legado de Fantasma versus LWO in some type of multi-man matchup at Mania. So put Tyler Bata and Pete Dunne in the ladder match.
Yeah. I'm with you on that.
I'm not far from that, to be honest.
Well,
I had
go
the
ahead,
Profits.
Notorious. Take it away.
I had the Profits. I had the Republic.
That, you see what I mean? It fucking sounds like Star Wars. Like,
For the Republic.
Like, fuck, man. British Strong Style. Tempo, can you please agree with that with us? That British Strong Style sounds better.
And I'll take Gallows and Anderson just because I feel like they got to get back to the main roster. Because what are they going to do? Put AJ in NXT and have him running that whole clique? Like that'd just be useless. Oh God, what was the last man? Legado and no, I picked that.
No,
what
you
the
picked
fuck
that.
am I missing?
So you're missing it. It's AOP, Street Profits, and then you have
I took the Profits.
Then Doc Gallows Anderson versus Grayson Waller and Austin Theory.
Right, I got Gallows and Anderson in that one.
Okay. No, yeah, you got them all.
You got them all then.
Did I get them? I thought
because it was the Legado de Fantasma versus Catch Republic. You went Catch Republic.
Yeah.
You went Bullet Club or the OC, and then AOP. Not AOP. Street Pro. You said AOP or Street Pro? Street Profit.
I said Street Pro.
Yeah.
Okay. Pepsi-Ville. What do you got?
New Catch Republic only because I love their work. 100%. Y'all can be mad about the name all you want.
I was waiting for that. I was waiting for him to say that, and he did say it at the end.
But honestly, I like the work they've done. Street Profits, because honestly, I am
it's
not.
a mouthful, Nick.
Yeah, I am not feeling.
That's a lot.
I'm not feeling AOP these days. I'm still kind of curious what their plans are. As for the OC, I don't know what they're doing with them, but if they're putting them in NXT to like rebrand them and make them a new look, I hope it works quickly. So,
add Tama Tonga.
And Tama Tonga.
I was gonna say that.
Maybe it is with Tama Tonga. Maybe they're going to be Tama Tonga's first feud while they're down there. I don't know. So we'll see. But right now, I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. This this entire process with tag teams is not. I'm not really feeling it, and I don't even know why. Because truth be told, I love almost 75% of people in this entire storyline, And for some reason, I'm just not feeling this one at all. So
it seems kind of thrown together last minute.
Yeah, like last minute, like it does not feel put together like in a way. Like if this is just a way for them to merge the titles, that'd be nice. But goddamn.
Yeah.
I wish they could have made this way. Like, remember, I've been digressing about it. I think all of us have felt that way. That might as well split the belts, have him go to its direction, have his own brand. Because right now we have these tag teams that are coming up. You mentioned, all these tag teams that are actually one returning, one coming from the NXT to the main roster. What they need something to do, and this is where I digress about that because, and I know.
Could we see two winners in this match?
Why the fuck not? That's
like
what
literally
TNA
one
did it.
team. One team pulls down the Raw titles. One team pulls down the SmackDown titles. And we're like, "What the fuck?"
I believe it was TNA Bound for Glory 2009, if I'm not mistaken. Team 3D was the TNA Tag Team Champions and the IWGP Tag Team Champions. They hung up both belts, and it was a double ladder match where you could pull down one or two belts, right? I think they're like separated. So like you brought down one belt, but there was still a ladder match for the second belts that are up there. So why not do something like that? I believe Team 3D ended up with the IWGP, and then it was like Booker T and Scott Steiner ended up with the TNA titles, right? Do something like that where you finally separate them, have a SmackDown team win the SmackDown, have a Raw team win the Raw, and then that's it.
I love it. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god,
this is going to be a clusterfuck. It's 6 teams. That's 12 people in one ring. Like you should have did at least like 3 teams, right? Make it 6 men clean. 12 people in one ring is a clusterfuck with a ladder match, man.
Honestly, I'm with you on that because I don't know how the fuck they're gonna.
It's an injury waiting to happen.
Exactly.
That's the fear here because we did have it, of course, the Chamber, and of course singles, not tag team. We did have singles like a money in the bank, but this is different though. This is a tag team ladder. Correct if I'm wrong, gentlemen. I think the last one we ever seen of a type of ladder match like this was a 4-way, correct?
Yeah, the 4-way was typical. Yeah,
that was when the Hardy Boys came back, right?
Yeah, yes. They were the secret fourth. They were the secret fourth members of the group.
Yeah, it was like Enzo and Kaz, the OC, and I think the Bar, Sheamus and
the Bar.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea why. I get it. They don't want to exclude everybody out of Mania to want to get their moments. This is the fucking case that you should have fucking added here. The fucking Creed brothers. I would have done that here. And I'm sorry. I'm a big fan of them. I think they would have done tremendously great in this ladder. Done shit. They'll be like, oh my god, that I would have given Nettie seeing that happening. But that's fine. I mean, at least I'm happy that DIY is getting their moment.
Rewind to what De Niro said. That's all. That's my.
Yeah, I know. I'm just digressing about that, but I am with De Niro on that. I hope they do that. What about they change it? They just changed it last minute, De Niro. What about they fucking change it and say, oh, you know what? We're gonna separate them. So they're talking whoever's in the Raw will get the Raw ones, the SmackDown get the SmackDown. So you're gonna have now Damian and Finn Balor fighting to make sure that nobody gets none of those titles. And imagine they could build that plot that way. Then I'll be like, oh my god, that would be great.
I still think separated or not, like whether they set it up that way or not, I think 2 teams are coming down with those titles at WrestleMania.
Yeah, I mean,
you could have a situation where you have, like, say, for example, Tommaso Ciampa grabbing onto a SmackDown title, Finn Balor grabbing onto a Raw title. They both drop at the same time, and they're like, "Hey, fuck it, you're half the titles, and you're half the champions." And
like,
there you go.
What? Or I mean, Judgment Day, you're still tag champs, but DIY, you're now SmackDown tag team champion.
I mean, you see, this right here is a problem. Like you said, it's slapped together. There's no real vision. I mean, on the one hand, I'm curious. It's more of a train wreck concept. I'm curious to see what 6 teams in a ladder match for the tag belts will look like.
You ever watch NASCAR?
You ever seen the pile up?
Yeah,
that's what it's going to look like.
So, but there is a part of me to see how they break it down, because surprisingly, what we have to give WWE credit for is they have put together some strange matches that should not have worked, but they do. So I'm curious to see if they can. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and we were right. If they make it work and it does well, holy shit, we just had a decent match. And
I will happily apologize if they can make it work, but right now it just looks like a NASCAR pileup on turn 3.
100%, I agree with you.
Even though they're all lefts, go fucking figure.
I think we need to add a third night to WrestleMania. Nah.
Oh, fuck no.
No.
Nah, I'm joking. But it does seem like they're just trying to get a lot of big names.
Of WrestleMania since they made it 2 nights.
I agree. I just, like I said, I just think it is a lot of, WWE trying to get as many people on the card as possible.
And I mean, it is 40, so you got to make it count. And like I said, it is ECW country, so you got to make it count. And it
Not
got
ECW country, but for the ladder match, it was WrestleMania 10, 30 years ago that the first ladder match, Shawn Michaels and Razor. So that's I guess another like homage that they're playing to.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just they have to. I mean, this WrestleMania 40, they're in that. I refer to them as their Bridezilla mode, where like it's got to have everything. It's got to be perfect, and it's got to have everything.
They gotta have everything.
Imagine going back to WrestleMania 10, Shawn and Razor ladder match. Now imagine adding like 10 more people to that match.
Exactly. That's basically. I mean, I'd call this a Bridezilla phase of WWE. That's what it is basically. Because I mean, honestly, there's the triple threat, which is kind of weird. There is the 6-team, like a 12-man tag match, which is insane. But then again, now we just made a comment about the camera work and production. If the camera guys can actually shoot a 12-man ladder match and shoot it well, like it's an actual sporting event, versus what they would usually do, where it's like 15 matches going off to the side and 2 guys in the ring. You're going, why is everyone screaming? Because they're missing that. If they can shoot it cinematically, and I mean, I don't mean like the actual cinema, but like shoot it cinematically with all 12 members of that match doing well, it might set a standard. That it might set a precedent.
Either that or a cameraman might quit during that match because he just sick of
shit. Cameraman on the floor.
Fuck you.
I mean, exactly. Cameraman like, I can't keep up with this.
I'm out.
Let me just say to Brian Cook, I wasn't alive for WrestleMania 2, but I saw WrestleMania 2, and it was really weird having 3 different cities for Mania.
Yeah,
and especially on a Monday.
Yeah, it was.
It really was.
All right. Speaking of tag team, I think it's time to get a debate of the week here because this is a debate of the week. Yes, so I'm gonna hit it and I'm gonna tell you guys what it is, and then you'll know. So this is
what we fighting about.
Yeah, for real.
Well,
we're all gonna be on the same side, no debate.
We'll find out. Debate of the week, folks. That is right. The debate of the week is here because the Motor City, their contract is up at the end of this month. As of April 1st, they will be a free agent. Now, the biggest question here, because they have a decision, and Anthem has, yes, they have not picked up their contract or to resign. That's a good thing. Or is it? So the biggest question here for you, gentlemen, should they stay? Where do you go?
Should they stay or should they go?
Or explore out through the adventure. Could they go to All Elite? Could they actually go to New Japan? Could they go to the WWE? Can they, along there, also put the NXT because they could go there? Because keep in mind that Alex Shelley was there when Kushida was at the time, so he knows how the environment works there. So, or explore around, be adventurous, and just hit the independent circuit. And I mean that with respect, ladies and gentlemen, in all audio platforms. I go to the indie, so I love the indie professional wrestling. But the biggest question,
wrestling, it don't matter where it come from.
Exactly. Thank you, DOM. So, De Niro, we'll go to you.
Yes,
That's the biggest question. You are familiar with these 2 gentlemen?
Never heard of them.
Oh my God! You never heard of them?
Who are these? Is this Jeff Jarrett's voice?
Oh,
this Jarrett's voice?
Oh man, he literally busted in
Who the fuck is that guy?
Who the fuck is Griff Garrison?
Who the fuck is Griff Garrison?
Nah, I definitely will start this. Unfortunately, this may be like the last thing I talk about here right before I have to go. But I think that this is probably going to be a big opportunity for the Motor City Machine Guns to explore life outside of TNA. Remember who brought these guys in originally? to the early days of TNA. Scott D'Amore. These were Scott D'Amore's signings. These are Scott D'Amore's boys. These are the guys that were trained by Scott D'Amore, right? I believe they have a TV taping after the Rebellion pay-per-view, and the TV taping is going to be going on at the same time as the Indie. I forgot what Indie, but the Motor City Machine Guns are signed to appear at the Indie. So that's a clear indication that they won't be on the TV tapings, and a clear indication that they probably are not going to be with TNA. I don't see WWE signing them right now. WWE seems to not be signing anybody. I mean, they had a real opportunity to sign Okada and Ospreay, but they did it. They just did it. Right? So I think that it would be cool to see them in AEW. We know how close they are to Okada. We know how close Alex Shelley and Chris Sabin are to the Bucks. And for AEW to try to rebuild that tag division, this is one of the best tag teams of all time that doesn't get their flowers. Let's see what Temple says here. If they went to NXT, they would be called Alex Sabin and Chris Shelley.
WWE loves to change
100%.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I would like to see them in AEW. I think that there's some good matches for them in AEW. I would like to see them versus FTR. I would like to see them versus the Bucks who run it back like all these years later. I would like to see them versus the Lucha Bros. I think that would be a great matchup. There's a lot of cool matches that are very intriguing for the Motor City Machine Guns in AEW.
Okay, love it. Notorious, break it down for me, brother.
Yeah, I don't know if it would feel weird to see them outside of TNA, because I remember they showed up to AEW one time and people were just like, "Oh, you're here, woo!" Like it wasn't the Will Ospreay moment. It wasn't the Kazuchika Okada. It was like, "Oh, they're here, yay!" Because everybody feels that way. It's like it'd be weird to see them outside TNA. If it's gonna happen, it better not be WWE, because they can't even be the Motor City Machine Guns in WWE. Ask Machine Gun Carl Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
Ask the War Machine. Okay, it's not gonna fucking happen. So I don't want to see WWE. Even Kushida is probably telling them, "No, don't go to NXT. Fuck that. You don't want. You know what happened when I went there? Nothing." That's what happened. They put me with another dude with a fucking jacket. I didn't even know his name.
They put me with a dude. That wasn't shitty. Who was that tag team? I forgot.
I don't know. They were just called Jacket Time.
Yeah.
And it was some other weird Japanese wrestler who wore a blazer.
He was actually Chinese, actually. He was like one of the like,
I'm sorry. That's right. Yeah. Chinese. My bad. Chinese. So yeah, those could be, if they're gonna go anywhere, I feel like it's New Japan, because they've already been there. They've already won titles there. They're a big deal in Japan. And maybe that opens the door for them to like show up at Forbidden Door, get a better reaction, kind of build themselves to get to AEW. But if not TNA, I feel like New Japan's the place for them. They can just
throw one more thing out there, not to cut you off, Don, but I want you to take something into consideration too, right? Alex Shelley was in New Japan for a while with the Time Splitters, and then when he left Japan, he did go out on the record and say that he doesn't think he could commit at this stage of his career, and that was like 6-7 years ago. At this stage of his career, he could commit to a schedule going back and forth to Japan. So, do you think
did it anyway? They became the New Japan, I forget what, open weight or strong tag team champions or something.
I mean, if they do strong, that'd be cool. If they stay in like the States, but I just know that Alex Shelley doesn't want to go back and forth to Japan.
Well, I mean, that'll depend. I'll take it and I'll give it to you, Phil. But I'll take it very quick. I mean, for me, it's tough because these guys were really the foundation of Total Nonstop Action.
Yeah,
and they really developed as individual singles competitors and as a tag team. And for me, they're one of the top. For me, the top 5, top 7, anything, that doesn't matter to me. But they are the top, and they have put incredible matches. It's for them to leave TNA, they can, but the biggest concern here that all of us here have been digressing, and not just one promotion, but overall, is really, what the fuck are you doing with your tag teams? We just digressed about one tag team about earlier right now. We got another one who's just doing a fucking tournament, which we'll get into that later. But it's like, what are you doing with tag teams? Nothing that on television. That's where I'm at with that. because it's like, what are you doing with tag teams for us to be like, oh my god, yes. That's why I digress about Anthem. You piece of shit. You had the opportunity. Why did you let go of Scott D'Amore? Because this man could have taken you or sold him the company. He probably could have get it right there to CW. He could have got it somewhere on national television platform. And I guarantee you that he would have built up that division. Because another thing that nothing's given credit is also TNA's tag team division. If it wasn't for them as well, there wasn't me spoken about the tag team division besides the Knockouts women's division. And it's difficult for me. It's tough that these guys can go to any promotion, but what they may use is my concern. I mean, I know the age is there for them, but age is only a number. But they have the heart in the ring, and they can fucking put a hell of a match and a great story in the ring. So for me, I feel like they could just be adventurous and just go out anywhere and just travel here. Oh, you want to book me? All right. Let's see. Sign me a paycheck, pal. I'll go over there. Fine. Why the hell not?
Like,
I mean, what is else to prove? What else?
Everything that I've been saying just makes one thought go through my head over and over and over.
Hell yeah.
Preach it.
Yeah, because look at what the fuck is the Ring of Honor? Yes, and they go to, but what's gonna happen? Oh,
they actually. Oh, just to answer Temple's question, they won the Ring of Honor tag titles like during their run, I believe in like 2014 or some shit like that.
Yes.
Yeah, back when they were like belt collecting.
When they were belt collecting. But
they were just like, we need all the goods.
We need all the goods. But I mean, I digress. Pepsi Phil, take it away before De Niro gets out of here because I know he has to go.
Honestly, I think it'll probably be one of those. I think you're right. They wouldn't go to Japan just because I don't think they want the schedule. There is a part of me that wonders if they will do AEW and then just bounce back, kind of have the schedule where they're like going back and forth between Japan and AEW, just so they'd have a presence in both. But even if the tag teams aren't being utilized in AEW, they would be better utilized in New Japan. But at the very least, they'd have a television presence on AEW and they get used every so often. I feel like that might be an option for them if they go to AEW. And if it's me, that's the deal I'm asking for. Because if I look at that tag division, I'm going, don't bring me into that till they actually make it something. But because at the very least, I think they've reached a point in their careers where they need tag matches. They don't need throwaway shit. They need tag matches. And I think they'll get them. I think you're right. They will get that in New Japan. But I think AEW could promise them exposure, which to De Niro's point, people could finally see how great they are. Because I mean, even like these one of the few tag teams where you can literally go, they're great as a team and separately. Like it isn't like every day you get this. It's not like, with all due respect to the Dudley Boys, Bubba Ray Kid, Devon was a tag team specialist, so he wasn't really a singles guy. Like he was great as a tag team, he just wasn't a singles guy. Yeah. Or you have someone like you got like guys like Edge and Christian, tag teams where both dudes are great as a tag team and great as individuals. Yeah.
You can't find the weak link in a tag team where both guys have been TNA champion.
Exactly. Lennox, my man, Lennox.
What up, bro?
So that is what I'm thinking. And again, it's interesting, and we'll talk about this in the next second. But like they're in the same kind of position we'd expect with Miss Monet. If you bring those guys in, you need to have a tag division worth their goddamn. Like it's a waste of time if you bring them in and they don't do anything other than sit and craft surfaces. That's a paycheck. Exactly. That's pointless.
And you know what, Chef? I love you, but why the fuck are you asking me this question, man? Why are you making me choose?
That's a debate center right there to have for sure. Because
I don't want to answer that question. I love both of them.
I am not answering that goddamn question.
I don't think I am either.
I'll answer it in a different way. The fact that we didn't get beer money in WWE is almost as big a tragedy as no Sting and Taker at WrestleMania. Mm-hmm. Almost.
I agree. I think that Beer Money is one of the greatest tag teams. Money, like no pun intended, right? Yeah. But also Motor City Machine Guns are right there too. So I always thought of my two favorite tag teams in TNA as Beer Money and the Guns as 1A, 1B. I can't give one or two spots.
Pick between the two.
Honestly, Beer Money has always been the how the fuck did you guys get here? But because honestly, James Storm and those two getting together, you're like, well, it works.
It just worked.
I was young, I was such a fan of AMW, the America's Most Wanted, that I was so fucking pissed when they broke up, right? I was so pissed when they broke up, and I did not think that they could top AMW. Your Money did it.
Yep.
Your Money did it.
I'm getting a tear in my eye just thinking of like James Storm on the little cooler with the fucking speeder coming down.
Oh man, that
the best part is him going. The best part is the look on his face going. James Storm's going beer. He's like, what? Like he looks so offended by that beer.
And the fact that he would ride that little cooler scooter with a beer in his hand made it even better.
Yeah. And the best form of beer money is when they were with Miss Jackie too.
Yes.
She was a big part of that team.
Yes.
But that's it for me, guys. I was called.
Okay, man.
Hope everyone enjoys the rest of the show. Thank you so much for having me, guys. I love you all. You guys are family.
I love you back, bro. It's always good to see you.
Thank you so much.
Take care of yourself, man. Have fun.
Thank you. You guys too. Take care, y'all. Love you.
Be safe, brother.
Love you back, bro.
All right. So next topic here that I really wanted to touch with here is, of course, the New Japan. That's right. Yes, we got this one going. So we got the winner, and who will be challenging at Genesis versus Tetsuya Naito. That's right, tranquilo, folks, right there. That's right. Los Ingobernables in Japón. That's Los Ingobernables. And Nick Nemeth will be defending his global championship at Riot City on April 12th, as he will be competing versus Tomohiro Ishii. I guess it was announced that there was an open challenge, but I think there's another open challenge as well. But he accepted another challenge at Triple Mania, and that is versus Alberto El Patron. He's not Del Rio because he doesn't own that shit. Unless the copyright is over, then that's it.
It could be a minute.
Yeah, I know, right? Unless this is now, I mean, we did see this, this rivalry between Nemeth and Del Rio. I keep saying Del Rio, El Patron, and now the future of the New Japan is, of course, Yushi. And so, I mean, this is a lot. This is why it was March Madness, folks. Pepsi Film. Break it down for double.
So me and Temple both agree. Right now, Yoda Tsuji, winning a New Japan Cup and giving a promo that basically says, I'm the future, motherfuckers, was beautiful. Temple loves it more than I do, which I didn't think was possible, but it is. But honestly, he is right. That kid coming in, and I call him a kid because he's like in his 20s. I don't know. I think he might be 28, if that. And him coming in and literally, and honestly, the match was beautiful. Like it was a beautiful match against a Hiroki Goto.
Yeah.
So it was beautiful to watch them two go at it. So I was happy about it. I was happy he picked up the baton and they gave it to him, and he's finally I think he's finally starting to blow up. And I think me and Temple talked about this offline. A lot of people were like, Ospreay's leaving, Okada's leaving, New Japan's fucked. Especially like with President Ace over here retiring, basically. They were worried about it. And this guy, I think, will probably be the first of their pillars that come out for this new generation, which I'm excited about. So I'm excited to see what he does.
I agree with everything you said. I'm just wondering, Nick, you know I love you. You know I love the Ring Fanatics, but who is Damian Priest cashing in on in this situation? Like Nick Nemeth or Naito? You got me thinking over here, bro.
I'm thinking about Nick Nemeth versus El Patron. The level of me not caring. The only thing I care about is the fact that Nick Nemeth is finally starting to get
the Alberto. Okay. Damn it! It should have been me.
I didn't get that. I keep forgetting to get that.
So
I have it somewhere. I thought I put it on here.
but truth be told, this is good for Nick Nemeth. It's a good look for him. Right now, New Japan released a wanted poster because right now he is basically in his outlaw phase. Nick Nemeth is in his outlaw phase, which I am genuinely enjoying. I honestly could care less about this match. When I saw he was going against Ishii, I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be ugly. It's gonna be what, as JR would say, a slobber knocker." So it is good to see. It's also nice to see he's splitting time between TNA and New Japan because he still has a lot of time. He's still doing both of them, which I'm excited about. So if I had
yet you don't care about this match. So you literally,
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you,
we don't care.
Truth be told, I'm sorry, Al Patron, for copyright purposes, I don't care about him.
Here, hold up. Does anybody?
I mean, the Warrens do, but shit.
Warrens. Fuck.
That might have been a little bit petty because technically he has been cleared. He was cleared.
So just for our sanity and just for my man Nick, and since Ivan loves it so much, Damian Priest is over here looking at this Triple Mania match.
It should have been me. It should have been me.
So yeah, well, like Temple said,
You're welcome.
Like I said, Temple's been following him since he was a young lion. So Temple is probably very intimate with how this kid grew up and became a man, became the guy he is today. For Yoda. So, but honestly, I think for this is a good tune-up match. For Albert, for Patron, I mean, I guess he's trying to make a comeback on some level. To say he fell off would be an understatement. So
he fell off the face of the earth. I didn't even know he was still wrestling until right now.
I mean, he's in the definition of bingo halls. And then I think he's been doing, I want to say it's not CM. Yeah, I think it's CMLL. He's been working in for a little bit. So he's trying to make
nepotism. Okay.
I mean, he's trying to make a comeback and he's trying to fix his image. I mean, as much as we dislike him, we can't argue and say, even though he was a sus person, he can still wrestle. So,
I mean, I guess.
I mean, to some extent, you couldn't be there. He couldn't be where he is if he couldn't wrestle on some level.
I mean, you're not wrong, but still,
I'm afraid I've got some bad news. I knew it. I love when he does that.
Bleach and Tide and Armor All could not clean that man's reputation.
No, it can't. Like I said,
and there is nothing on this earth that could make me give a fuck. El Patron himself could show up at my front door with a bag of cash saying endorse my match, and I'll be like, fuck you. Get Nick Nemeth to come back, and then I'll do it.
This is the biggest match he's had since he's left. That's the interesting thing. I am genuinely surprised he got this match, period.
He's really trying to reinvent himself one last run. And for him to do this, I mean, like I said, I'm the middleman here. Not because I'm Latino, because he's Mexican and I'm Mexican as well. It has nothing to do with that. Just to clarify that, I'm going to clarify that right now before anything at all who are listening and watching. So I just want to clarify that right now. It's just, for me, it's unfortunate. He put himself in a bad position when he was in WWE. You really put your career not once, twice, and the third time. So I mean, this is your fourth that you better.
And don't forget TNA.
Yeah, TNA.
Oh yeah.
He really fucked his shit up in TNA.
Yeah, so TNA. There you go. So there's a lot. This man has been given a lot of chances that he needs to really redeem himself completely. And you lost a lot of things in your personal life, and this is now your exit from. This is like I might get shitted on this, and I think I am. This is like a fucking Spanish version of fucking The Wrestler from fucking Mickey Rourke type of style of the living of El Patron. I hate to say that, but it's
Except
fucking
Mickey
true.
wasn't such a scumfuck. There's a
That's a difference. I was able to get to that.
I mean, here's the problem. How many?
Who's more nuclear at this point, Patron or Tessa Blanche? Oh shit!
Oh, that's a debate. That's a debate one right there.
I might lean towards Patron at this point.
I mean,
the question is how many chances does this man get? Like, I mean, at a certain point, when it become cost prohibitive to put this man
He's
on
on like his 55th second chance now.
I mean, at a certain point, you got to start thinking about your roster, or at the very least, your cars. Like, do they want to see this man, or are they going to use his matches to go to the bathroom?
You know, one thing in here is just that what I saw when he came back, made a comeback, he was there with Conan and Vampiro, and the crowd was really, chanting his name. So I mean, they welcomed him. So I mean, that's fine. He's redeeming himself back where he started in the first place, but this time unmasked, and so that's great. So that's something that he needs to make sure that if this guy wants to end his career correctly, he needs to close this chapter right, soberly, nothing at all with nothing, soberly, because this is the last time. Because if he fucks this up again, you are not going to see that man at all in any television promotion. Whoa, you will see that guy in the independent circuit. And I'm going to say that right now. He just did an independent circuit in Puerto Rico, and only in front of like 5-6 people. Not Primo Colon's promotion, another one, but that nothing. It's like this guy needs to redeem himself. And I hope he does. I hope he fucking redeems himself, because I was a fan of him of when his father and when he was in the mask, Dos Caras Juniors. Like the guy had credentials. It just, for me, is
that's the issue I have. It ain't like
fucked up your shit. Like, you fucked up everything that you had. You let the money, you let the ego, you let everything take it over you, and you don't humble yourself, and that's what happened. And that's what you lost everything.
That's the issue I have with him. He comes from a wrestling family. He has a legacy, and it's not like he was. I mean, I find it difficult to believe he was not raised and trained to have that humility you speak of.
Yes,
at least an understanding of the world he was coming into and its pitfalls and traps. And like you said, it was a personal choice to make these mistakes.
It was a personal choice.
That's the thing. You can have all the lineage and training and everything you want, and then you have something like the form of an addiction kick in.
Yeah.
And that'll change anything. It don't matter who you are. And I speak from experience with this. So as much as I don't want to care, and as much as I joke about him, a part of me is still kind of pulling for El Patron, because being a recovering addict going on now 22, going on 23 years, and staying clean, the shit is difficult.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't do it. Yeah. I don't fault him for having his problems along the way. I hope that he can get his life together. I hope that he can rebuild himself and in turn his career.
Yeah.
Because I feel for him from that aspect. I have a lot of experience with all of this. I mean, I lost a man that was like a brother to me to this, and I would not want to see that happen to him. I would not want to have to see his family. I would not want his family to deal with it the way my blood brother's family did, and the way I had to. I would rather see him finally turn the page and get his shit together and get back on the right track. I hope that's going to happen.
I hope so too.
You can never fucking tell. And maybe this is the start of it, and I'm not going to completely write it off, but I joked about the 55th second chance. I'm willing to give anybody another opportunity as long as your name ain't Joey fucking Ryan.
Oh, you well,
there is that. And considering, I get where he's coming from. I'm really hoping. I'm not expecting anything. It's one of those things where, like, you hope for the best, but you've got the worst expected, and let's just see where this goes. So I mean, it's interesting. I mean, to lighten the mood a little bit, everybody talks about how TNA is just a ripoff of WWE, and then here we are with Triple Mania, and we got this shit.
Mm-hmm.
At least Dolph's not going to cash in on him and take the title, so it's different.
I mean, you make a good point. I mean, you're legit. That's a really good point. And honestly, being a decent person, hoping that somebody get their life together is not a bad call. And again, all you can do is wait and hope. So, wait, what?
Hulk Hogan's alive.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Isn't he?
Yes, he is. Unless there's some breaking news, but I haven't seen none of that.
I haven't seen shit about it. So
I
yeah,
about to say, man.
But yeah, no, that's the thing. Knowing he's in his recovery, being in mine. Yeah, there's a place in my heart that makes me want, because I'm always rooting for people to get past this shit. I've seen firsthand what my actions caused people I cared about to go through. I've seen what losing somebody near and dear to me and felt the pain, not only my own, but just the families, the whole nine. I don't want El Patron to get to that point. I don't think anybody wanted to lose Eddie Guerrero when we did, and he was doing good.
Yeah,
and it still happened. So it's like I'm definitely I'm rooting for the guy. I part of me is I'm hoping that he can get it right, but then we go to the other side of the screen here, and I know I was completely wrong on that prediction. And the reason I'm completely wrong is because guys like Pepsi Phil and Temple talk about, oh, New Japan's fucked because they lost this, that, the other, the third. You don't hear me week in and week out on this fucking show saying New Japan always has a backup plan. They always do. They got all these young lions and they kick the living shit out of them because when shit like this happens, they just refresh the talent pool. They literally just click that little circle at the top of the screen and reload the whole motherfucking thing. They don't give a flying fuck who leaves. Ask the Elite, ask AJ and the Bullet Club, ask all them guys. They all left, and here we are with New Japan, and here we are with Yoda. This dude impressed the living hell out of me. I sat here and picked and thought, oh, well, David Finlay will at least get to the finals. Like, he's got to be the guy. Nope. Oh, well, Kenta's going to... Nope. We got this dude. I was like, really? And at first, I'm watching him, and I'm like, okay, he's good. But then as the tournament progressed, I was like, wow, this dude, holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
And so to see this happen, him and Naito just gets me so fucking amped. I'm so happy to be fucking wrong. I'm a 22-time champ because I'm wrong, okay? But I still come back and pull titles. Because in the immortal words of the man that Ivan brought up, Rocky, it's not about how hard you get hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. And that's what I do. And El Patron, you need to do that shit too.
And I hope he watches and listens to this.
Oh yeah, and Temple reminded.
I hope you do, man. I hope you do.
Yeah, I do. And Temple corrected me. Yoda's 30. So.
Oh, he's 30. I thought he was in his 20s as well. Thank you,
because Temple said they're the same birthday, so that's right. Well,
that's cool.
That's awesome.
That's cool.
And I appreciate you, Brian, for you for let's see. Well, let's see. Si tú endes por lo que dijiste a la mierda, bajaremos juntos. Okay, I appreciate that. So I appreciate what you said. Oh yes.
Thank you, Brian.
Well, we appreciate you. But man, I mean, for me, I'm with you, Phil. In regards for Yoda Shuzi for winning, why not? You need something like that, and Naito's on his way out too.
Yeah,
I feel because I said this a while back. If Naito does not win this title at all, which I honestly wanted Sonata to win because I'm a big fan of Sonata because I supported that man. That man deserved to have that title run. I wish he had it longer.
Yeah,
I wish he did because he's always in the finals. He's always somehow in the finals. If not Jacob,
he's always bridesmaid.
He's always there on thin ice, and then he falls, and it's like fuck. And this case, okay, Naito, that's fine because now that you mentioned earlier, the top ones that are gone. This is now the feature. But yeah, which I agree, it is a feature because now we have to look forward of the next generation of New Japan. It ain't the first time we've seen this. We've seen it prior before. We've seen Omega left. We've seen the Young Bucks left. We've seen AJ Styles left. We've seen Finn Balor left. We've seen Nakamura left. The Gallows and Anderson left. So we see like that big faction leaving, and then we got another one here that just left. You know, Will Ospreay, Okada, Jay White. They're already out. Those were your three Gaijins that were, well, two Gaijins and one who's, you know, Japanese, of course, that was leading that promotion. Now you have a new one here, the new generation that Naito is now taking Okada's place in this one because he has to make sure that everybody else keeps their in the line. While you still have Naito, you still have Tomoyo Ishii, you still have, you know, Goto, you know, you have, you know, you still got Minoru, who's just freelancing, but he gives you guys own promotion, and he's still going around.
You got a good infrastructure. They got the
foundation, is what you got.
Exactly. They got the right foundation, but it just for me is I'm hoping that the dojo really pushes these gentlemen to become the next future, like David Finlay, like you know Yoda. So he just won this tournament. You still got a long way. Jack Perry, another one. So that's still another one that
which surprisingly, his run in Japan,
it's not bad. It is not bad at all. Yeah. I've actually enjoyed it. For once, he's doing something that got me entertained of what he's doing with the House of Torture, which is another thing too. And I apologize to interrupt you. But another thing too, the one to add on was the House of Torture is now your next faction now because that Bullet Club is dead. I'm sorry to say it's gone. So it is. I
said it a couple weeks ago. They're on their way out.
They're on the way out. That is it. That is absolutely it.
It was a good run. You got to like version 53. It's over.
It's over. So that's the case. Might as well, since the additions have been happening in the House of Torture, might as well make that your next Bullet Club, but the most annoying one, entertainment-wise, because it is fucking annoying. Bunch of fucking interference every fucking match. Like, just can we have a single clean match for once? Stop with all this. You know, LIJ. I mean, that's kind of dying out. I mean, Hiromu should.
Wait, do we start talking about the bloodline again? I'm confused.
LIJ.
Oh, I got you.
So Hiromu should go his way out. You know, Bushi should retire because there's nothing he's doing much. I mean, man. Who else? You have Yoda, who's part of LIJ. You have Takashi. I mean, Shingo, who should be really more singles and just be on his own, because that man is another one who could be that Sonata for me. That he's been there already, and he's a former world champion. So that's another one that I love Shingo as well. Shingo and Sonata were my top two guys in LIJ that I enjoyed very much. No disrespect to Hiromu, but this is something that those guys I think are the main ones who can balance out New Japan's promotion, especially now with the additional of Nemeth and Jack Perry. You know, more to come. There's a lot. And Jeff Cobb's another one too.
They just hit that refresh button, man. Click. Okay, we got Nick Nemeth now. We got Jack Perry.
I mean, truth be told, the one thing I'm happy about the Jack Perry thing is it looks like Jack Perry may have grown up quickly, like through all of this.
Well, this is the beginning of it because we don't even know yet because keep in mind. I get what you're saying, but one thing is I'm patiently waiting to see what else is coming up for him as an individual.
Well, at this point, considering where he was when he left, we were like, oh, he's a hot mess. At this point, he's actually like growing. We can see the growth.
Because I'm getting pretty sure Tony Khan fucking told him. Tony Khan's book. Oh man, I want to say that. I want to say that shit.
Breathe.
Hold it myself.
Here's the thing. Fuck Tony Khan.
You can yell. Thank you. Play it for him.
No.
Not in the clips.
Not that clip. No. This is what
I'm saying. Okay.
No, here's the thing. It's not so much the Tony Khan thing, because Tony Khan can yell at you all you want. Sammy Guevara done proven. No matter how many times he get yelled at, that shit don't work. This is Jack Perry going, okay, I fucked up. I need to fix it. Like he took his ass whooping. He took the punishment. He went away. and then he did what he was supposed to. He got better and
Do
grew.
I still need to?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm serious. I'm not going to sit back and take this fucking shit.
You're bullshit, Tony Khan. You're
You!
bullshit. You're bullshit.
You!
Hold on. And I'm gonna say why. Because you gave us two different conversations here. You're fucking telling me that you did not say shit. Oh, then you say, oh well, I sent him over there because I blame him. It was his fault and Phil Brooks left. And now you're saying, oh yeah, we sent him over. He's doing such a great job. Get the fuck out of here. You're fucking changing your shit up. Get the fuck out of here, Tony Khan.
That's fucking bullshit.
You're bullshit.
Double dip.
Thomas. Double bullshit. You gotta stop with that.
You're a bullshit sandwich.
Just keep one comment is better. One. Just say one thing. Don't say anything about Jack Perry. It's not his fault, but that's another topic. Another time.
No, that was not his fault. But speaking of comment, you know what? Temple just made me love Yoda even more. He says if he beats Naito, he's bringing back the old design of the IWGP title and bringing back the IC title. He's my favorite fucking wrestler now. I hope he fucking wins.
I mean, honestly,
I can't stand either one. So go Yoda.
I mean, I understand technically the IGW is supposed to be a crown, but that shit looked terrible.
It looks like a Divas Championship.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know.
You put some pink. Again, nothing wrong with this color, but you put some pink on that fucking IWGP title. It's the Divas Championship.
It's a fucking shout out to Zach McCain who's on Instagram watching.
Zach, welcome back, man. I wish you'd come to the YouTube channel, but thank you.
But he's saying, hey guys, how are you all doing? My throwback question for the day for y'all is your thoughts on NWO Sting, Jeff Farmer's appearance in WCW, and how he came to be a major influence in New Japan. Pepsi Phil, you want to take this one?
So it's kind of weird because honestly, on the one hand, it pushed WCW forward. On the other hand, it was like the nail in the coffin for him at that point when NWO Sting came into play, because they broke the rules. Your faction, your heel faction you can't have people rooting for your heel faction. And putting NWO Sting into that fucked up that entire premise. Like, and because I'm sitting here going, why the fuck you cheering for the heel? That was the one thing me and Bubba Ray agree on. You can't cheer. You can think he's cool. You can think, yeah, like Razor Ramon. Razor Ramon bad guy, but still cool.
I mean, I know we're going to talk about him later, but I think Kazuchika Okada would say that's bullshit. But I digress.
There you go.
Put the pin in it, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, we do everything.
And Wolfpack Sting was kind of cool. But really, Zach, if you think about it, the NWO was derived from Japan.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like they had influenced it. It was more like Japan had influenced WCW because guys like Chona and Muda and everything started it. And then it came over here. And then they started to bring guys like Muda and them over here and make them a part of the NWO, but they had jumped it off already.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't blame the NWO. Regardless, you can't blame the NWO for the downfall of WCW, because if that was all it took, then Bullet Club would have killed New Japan. Because it's been around like 10 times longer than NWO, and yet here they are.
But they were handled differently versus the NWO.
Exactly. Exactly. You blame the booking, you blame the people in the way they handled it. You cannot blame the clique.
Yeah.
Because Wolfpack Sting, even just the Wolfpack themselves was like big sexy, and then you had Wolfpack Sting, and then you had K-Dog. That shit was dope. I don't know why they just didn't roll with that and let them take over, like beat up the Black and White and just be the Wolfpack from then on out. That probably would have worked out better. Mm-hmm. But yeah, to answer your question, I mean, like I definitely enjoyed Sting being the opposition to the NWO more, but Wolfpack Sting was quite cool. And it wasn't really like they kind of influenced Japan, because they practically stole the shit from Japan.
I mean, pretty much, if we could literally, if we go back to the history, Zach, I mean, that's pretty much legitimately correct. I mean, there's nothing wrong. That's not incorrect at all. So, I mean, I'm with you on that. And I actually did like Jeff Farmer there because he did actually an incredible job. I think people would never give him credits too.
That's true. I forgot about that part of the question.
That Farmer did a fucking great job, even in All Japan at the time, as well during that era. That guy's credentials is fantastic. He deserves to have that. And that's another guy who should be in the Hall of Fame. But
you know what, Brian? I can't even say the NWO lasted too long. They were just too fucking big. When the entire promotion is practically part of the NWO, who do you fight?
Sting.
But even Sting joined. So, like, who's that? Oh, well, you fight each other. Well, that's kind of boring, isn't it?
There was Goldberg.
Especially when nobody really won.
I mean, that was the problem. That was the problem, wasn't it? Book it.
See, the way it was handled and the size of the shit was the problem. It wasn't the NWO because, again, Bullet Club's been around since what? I mean, Prince Devitt was a while ago now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, he was the founder of it. Pretty much, it was him.
Officially 20 years.
So Bullet Club been around a lot longer than NWO, and New Japan's still going strong. You know why? Because New Japan knows how to refresh it and how to handle that shit, as opposed to WCW, who didn't know a motherfucking thing. They didn't know shit about shit, and they just lucked into being the second biggest promotion on the face of the fucking earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like I said, it was the way they handled it. There wasn't it. They didn't let guys who pretty much go, "This is what we want to do," and then automatically just like fuck the booking. Like if you were like they said, if you weren't in the top 12, you were never breaking out of the mid card line. Like it was a small miracle if you ever did.
But by the way, Zach, it's always good to see you. We're glad that you pop on the Instagram and give us, comments and questions. Keep them coming.
Yeah, but you keep them coming, brother. Absolutely.
You might want to think about coming to the YouTube channel, though. I'm just saying.
And while you're at it, subscribe as well.
Exactly. We could use all the subscribers we could get, man.
And we got another debate because I want to know you guys.
Another one?
Another one.
And I should get that, but no, DJ Khaled will fucking kill me.
Another one.
Another one. All right, folks. Before we get into Dynamite and Rampage, we got one more wrestling news, and then we're gonna get into it. But debate of the week again. That's right. So we got two commentators here. That one, of course, was fired from AEW because, which I know we didn't touch the subject of it. I know it happened, 3 weeks ago. I know, but we were overwhelmed with a lot of things that we were discussing in the world of professional wrestling, folks. But this one, the reason why I brought this up because this other man's name was brought up, Mauro Ronaldo, was brought up for MLW. It's not legit. It's rumoring your windows. We're just rumoring your windows, folks. Keep in mind that we are our opinionators. We're not piece of shit Alvarez. We're not Selko Seltzer. Not Sean Rossap. Wade Keller. No, we're just our opinionators. That's all we do. Give our opinions. And what we know, which even if we do know things, we can't tell you. Maybe. We will. But here is the biggest question. The biggest. Where should he go?
We want to know, my lovely.
I want to know. Can I go and buy Steve Knight at the Roxbury?
We're so stupid. We're so fucking stupid.
Oh my god,
we're getting warmed up for karaoke night, is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. But do we see Mauro getting back into the world of professional wrestling? We know he did once for Rebellion and TNA, for the Kenny Omega, and who was it he faced? I forgot. I can't believe it. Wow. I can't believe and I apologize, folks. Why do you have a concussion in your mind and you forget things?
But I know how that goes too.
Mm-hmm. And Kevin Kelly, should he go back to New Japan? Should he try a different route? Could maybe Paul Levesque make a phone call? Hey, instead of saying, hey, pal, no. Hey, Kevin Kelly. It's the game.
Hey, Kevin, was wondering if you'd like to play the game. Why do you sing your own music, Trips? What the fuck?
I know. Or would this map fit in TNA? I mean, you already have two great commentators in TNA, my opinion. But, I mean, I'm going to let you guys take the floor on this one. So, I'll take it to you, Pepsi Phil. Break it down, brother. Give us your thoughts
For Kevin Kelly, WWE would be a really good fit for him, honestly, at this point. It really would. It's not like, but truth be told, as long as he can get past all the background and the baggage he has, I think he'd be a good fit at WWE. I am more excited for MLW because the one thing MLW has needed was a voice. Like back in the day, WWE had Jim Ross. And back in the day, TNA had I'm drawing a blank on their names, but two of the best commentators.
TNA and West.
Yeah, TNA and West. Thank you, Mike. Rest his soul, Mike. Today, they had great voices, guys who lived beyond the brand itself. It's like when you think of TNA, you think of their voices. Even back in the day when TNA had Taz as a commentator, they had a great voice. I think if MLW can afford them and pull it to move all, bringing Morrow in for MLW gives them a major fish, not to mention Morrow's a major name in the combat sports game.
Yes.
So it's not like they're
Boxing,
getting
MMA, you name it.
You name it. And honestly, probably in my opinion, now that Jim Ross is pretty much retired, probably in my opinion, one of the top three of commentators you want if you top in the line if you can get him when he was like working. I mean, right now, if MLW can pull him off, that's a great voice for them because it's not like MLW doesn't have great wrestlers. They just need somebody who can actually present them and do a good commentary on them. Monroe's that guy if they could do it. Kevin Kelly, he's, in my opinion, I hate to say it this way, he's like that peg who fits in any hole. Yeah. It's like you bring him in, he's gonna be your solid guy. He's not gonna be like a Booker T who stands out, but he's gonna be one of those guys who like heavily ensconced. If the middle is untouched, he's gonna be the guy to hold it down in the middle. Like I don't feel like he's a breakout personality.
He's definitely not.
Yeah, exactly. So I think he won't be an announcer, but he'll probably he'd be a great guy to be in the back for WWE.
See, that's my thing. Like, yeah, I know he was a backstage guy for WWE most of his career there. And now they have like Kathy Kelly and all these like great, talented, beautiful fucking women doing these backstage segments. And you're gonna take Kathy Kelly out, and you're gonna replace her with Kevin Kelly. Get the fuck out of here.
They got Byron Saxton too now.
Yeah, and you barely see him the way God intended it. Okay. Now, I do have a lot of respect for Kevin Kelly, but as you said, his personality is kind of mid.
Mm-hmm.
And I think some of the best work he ever did, the best fit he ever had, was in New Japan.
Of course.
So I would love to see him go back there. Now, for Morrow, you could literally, first of all, I don't think he should have been fired from WWE. I think JBL should have, but that's old news. That's old news. That's the venereal kink McScumfuck news era. We can't hold trips against that. I don't know if they could bring him back because it's not like JBL isn't under fucking contract still. So that could still be an issue. And so excluding WWE, I think this man, like MLW and the voice, that's a great thought. I would kill, because I've never really liked him to begin with, I would kill to see them get rid of Excalibur and put Morrow in his place on Dynamite.
Ooh.
That's a hot take.
That's a hot take.
Bro, you've heard me say this. You have heard me say this
That
since
is
the
a
original
hot take.
All In.
Yeah.
I do not like Excalibur on a mic. I do not like him on a table. I have never, and I don't think I ever will. Like 4 years now, I've listened to him every fucking week, and I still can't fucking stand him. Now, Morrow, on the other hand, if he gets on there and imagine how good some of those main event moments in Toronto would have been if Morrow was screaming "Mamma Mia."
Yeah, like a dentist and a carpenter, or as Morrow would say, like a dentist and a carpenter. They're fighting tooth and nail.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, Morrow did it for Kenny Omega when it was at Rebellion when he won that TNA championship.
When he won the TNA. Yeah, true. It's just he's so amazingly talented.
Yeah.
Like when he started with NXT and Corey Graves, and then he moved up, I thought like this guy could get to Jim Ross level.
Yeah. So
and
did
then
I.
Bradshaw came along and fucked it up.
Well,
Yeah,
here's
he's
the
a
funny part about
fucking
that.
idiot.
They're
And now
saying-
that
Okay, so go ahead.
I'm sorry, but I was gonna, and now that Jim Ross has pretty much said this is his final year at the table and he's done,
Mhm.
why not try to go get Morrow? You know, like, yeah, it would be a pretty big deal for MLW, but it would be a bigger deal for AEW and the direction they're going and the talent they're accruing and the momentum they're carrying. To get a guy with that reputation at your table,
There's legitimacy there.
exactly. And I think
agree.
AEW needs it more, no offense to them, than MLW does, because AEW is more of an established national televised brand.
And not only that, just to add what you're saying, Dom, as well, like you have those 3 shows, you know, right? You still have Ring of Honor. I mean, 4 shows, excuse me. You have Ring of Honor, you have Rampage, you have
Collision, Dynamite.
You know, Dynamite. So I mean, like having Morrow on Dynamite, pushing Excalibur to Collision, because Collision by far right now will be known in ratings wise of everything overall has been great. And I wouldn't mind seeing the reuniting of Nigel and Morrow. Oh my god, that'd be awesome to see, because they were fantastic in NXT.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn what anybody says.
I'm not sure, but I
duel.
think Chef, he did do the Kenny Omega match.
He did the Kenny Omega match in TNA, Brian. He never went to AEW. He didn't do anything.
But I don't know if he's ever turned him down. Yes, Temple,
yeah.
that's where I'm at.
That's where I think the direction might go, Temple, unless that Noah decides to pick him up.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Or maybe, you know, if Morrow goes to AEW, then maybe they reach out to Kevin Kelly and MLW gets him, and that would be a decent fit for him too.
I mean, I hate to say this, but I think Kevin Kelly has a personality in Japan.
He does. Well, yeah,
He
fucking
does.
fits in that person.
But he would be probably the best thing MLW's had since Joey Styles in the very fucking early days.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
When they were ECW light.
Yes.
Like I know, I followed that shit. I was into it.
Yeah, honestly, we all were. You know, like I said, MLW. I mean, MLW introduced me to Hammerstone. Shit, I'll always be grateful for that shit.
Of course.
I will
But
always love
he's
MLW because when ECW folded, they took everybody in. Like Raven was over there, Joey was over there. All of a sudden, Vampiro showed up and CM Punk, and I was just like, "Oh, this is getting really fucking good."
Speaking of Vampiro, didn't he just issue a challenge to Mecca? What was it?
Pentagon. We're still waiting for that.
No, it's after. No, it's before. No, this is before Pentagon. He actually did another one.
Oh, he's going to be in a 6-man tag meet.
Yeah, I think so. Okay.
Yes.
I would too, Brian. I would too.
Mm-hmm.
I hope there's still a chance because I love it.
I mean, we have to wait to see on that one, honestly, Brian. I still would like to see Kevin Kelly. Kevin Kelly, to me, is underrated. People don't give him credit where credit's due. That man could fucking talk on the fucking mic. And I wouldn't mind seeing Kevin Kelly to go either way, to either fucking WWE or even go MLW or even go back to Japan. If he can't fit in New Japan, do a 3-man commentary, go to Noah, go to All Japan. You can hype them up for once. Go to Stardom, since now fucking, Bushido Boy owns Stardom. Go over there and help them out. Why the hell not?
That'd be
because
huge.
there's a lot of things that Kevin Kelly still hasn't. I feel Kevin Kelly has the potential to do it for another 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
I think he still could do it. Morrow, on the other hand, he's extremely solid. Morrow, for me, I have nothing against that man. I love that man. He's like how you mentioned, Dom. He's like that fucking JR area for sure. That's where I feel like he is. It's tough because I understand his condition. I super understand and respect that. And I know that he can't do it what he used to do because mental issues.
Really, Temple.
It was, yes,
Morrow to do play-by-play for the new show that Penta and Phoenix.
Oh, please!
Back on June 1st.
And Temple, I will be there.
In the Temple
I
with
will
Matt
be there.
Striker.
I will be there. I will be there. I saw the announcement.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Republic of Lucha announced it today that they're gonna do a little reunion, and on June 1st, with my birthday month, they're gonna be having it at the Temple here in California. Yeah, I am going.
Okay, good. I gotta hit this because I just found out in Jesus Christ.
I mean,
Yeah.
The interesting thing about Morrow that'd be interesting is I would probably not put him on Dynamite because, like you said, if you want to ease him in slowly, I'd give him like either Collision or Rampage because those shows need something. And I think Morrow could be the guy to do it. Like, think about it.
Oh no, I agree with you. Brian said that was his birthday. I was like, what? Oh,
Well,
cool.
no, you're June 1st, Brian. I'm June 27th, but that's my birthday month.
Okay.
So no matter what, June is my birthday month.
We start with the chef and we end with the Godfather.
So yeah, so I think if you put him on Collision and Rampage, that's at least that's quite a ratings bump right there.
Fuck yeah, will be. Hell yeah. I mean,
so I choose that. Like you said, move Nigel over to one of those shows.
Well, Nigel was doing Collision.
Yeah, I remember.
He's still doing it. He's still doing Collision.
He's still doing it, as far as I know.
Okay.
So, like, could you imagine he and Nigel at the
Collision? Honestly, I would watch Collision if he was on there. If those two are back together, hell yeah.
The commentary alone, fuck yeah.
Because honestly, that's what they need. Like, careful, you all right, man?
Yeah, I marked out, and I think I broke my mic.
But yeah, so the question is always going to be like, I think, Ivan, I think your point's right. Everyone keeps saying mental health issues. It ain't mental health issues. It was anxiety aggravated by fucking JBL's bullying, which is well documented.
But he still has it.
Well documented. Which is fucking well documented.
Very true.
I'm with you on that, Phil. But the thing is that he still has it. That's the problem.
He always had it, but it was never
go someplace without JBL. Can y'all hear me? By the way, I think I broke my mic.
We can hear you.
Okay.
No, it's not that it went away. It's the issue of it got aggravated. Like he was managing it fine, and then JBL came in. But that's another. Again, we're doing the thing. We're going on a tangent. But with Morrow, I think all he needs
was JBL's fault.
Yeah, a toxic-free environment where he can actually just be himself. Yeah. Like I mean, Dynamite may not be the place because Dynamite's a little bit of a high octane, and he needs to be eased into that if he does go there. But like, man, put his ass on Collision and Rampage. I will watch Collision and Rampage more often than I am right now.
I'm with you.
Amen. Amen to that.
I'm with you on that. I would not mind to see because
I love Morrow to death.
Morrow and Nigel will be a great combo reuniting and them doing both of those shows.
I still want my dream table of Morrow and Joey Styles. It's never gonna happen, but I'm never gonna stop wanting it.
I wish Joey Styles could come back from one.
Could you imagine some shit pop off and you just hear, "Oh my God, Mamma Mia!"
There is a part of me that also wants a JR Morrow table just for like one match, Because honestly, I missed the JR Bobby Heenan chemistry, and I truly believe it wouldn't be like obviously Morrow wouldn't be a heel announcer, but I believe the chemistry can still be there for the both of them in the same kind of way.
I wouldn't mind that either, Temple. If it was Kevin Kelly, Morrow, and Corey and SmackDown.
Oh, you want to do all three? Because
Damn.
I'd be fine with just Morrow and Corey. They made NXT for me for a while.
That's right.
You know how Phil said when you think TNA, you think back to Tenay and West. Whenever somebody mentions NXT Black and Gold, I immediately think of Graves and Morrow.
Oh man, I can't wait. But you know what time it is, folks?
Oh,
it's that fucking time. That is right. It is time. Hit it, Vader.
It's time. It's time. It's Vader time.
Dynamite, folks.
And Rampage.
Yeah, and Rampage.
Okay,
and Rampage.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm sorry about that. Be right back.
Okay, go ahead.
You're cool, bro.
You're cool, brother. So, yes, AEW Dynamite and Rampage, because we had a 3-hour show, which I was surprised. I was like, damn, it feels like watching Monday Night Raw. So I'm like, okay. Oh, that's not bad at all. It's not bad at all, but we had to hear, which, this is why we called this episode, folks, the March Madness of professional wrestling. Wrestling March Madness for that reason.
And there's so many brackets.
There's so much shit going on.
There's so many fucking brackets in wrestling right now. Jesus Christ.
Shit. And I know you guys saw the debate on Sunday, but you see that they cut it off. We'll talk about that tournament because they didn't have the opportunity to do it. But, we'll talk about it here. So, but we gotta talk about Dynamite first before we get into Rampage, because there's a lot of things here that for me that Dynamite, I don't, and I'm gonna have to play this because Temple, I know you're here, and I will say what you said because I know you were pissed. Too bad I can't do it because I'm on live on Instagram. But I want you to type it in here, Temple, because let people know how you feel about it. Even though I know people heard it in the X. But man, all I can tell you is people were not happy about somebody winning the Continental title, but we kind of expected. Yep, I know.
Fuck! 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 Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Damn! You can keep me out of all that shit, because I told you.
That's why you're the prediction champion. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just you're the prediction champion. Yep, I know. I know it's the big time. I know, Temple. That's why I want
some
you to
people
comment
cry in debate,
here.
and some people pull gold. It's just the way it is.
But you know, Temple sent me a long.
Oh, I got it too. I got it
Yeah.
too.
I mean, I read it. Look, I'm not saying that he's wrong because I felt the same way when we talked about it. Like what, last week or 2 weeks ago? I felt the same way. I was just like, really? Like, I cannot believe this shit. Why?
Wait,
but
I'll tell you what. I'll go back. I'll find Temple's message. Hang on a second.
I'm just. But other than that, open the show. Mercedes Moné came out, and yes, you got in the business. You're about to get bankrupt, and we saw Julia and Sky Blue, and then Willow, and one thing I'll bring up, since I know we talked about it, one thing I'll bring up is we digressed about women last week. What the fuck? Look, Tony Khan, are you watching this? Are you listening to us? Because it seems like you are. Because can we say, Notorious? And you digressed about it too, as well. You actually put the pencil in it at the end last week, if you remember, about women wrestling. And look what the fuck we got yesterday, 24 hours ago. What we got? We literally had. Okay, we had 2 matches in a 3-hour show. Something that you could fucking been doing.
And interview segments and backstage segments and all that shit.
Breach it, because it's like, what the? Okay, that's where looks like that they heard us. I think Tony Khan, you are listening to us, and we appreciate you. We appreciate you very much.
I'm kind of a big deal. I say it, Tony does it.
I'm sorry, did I miss the part where Temple was mad about Okada yet?
Oh, well, we're gonna get there right now.
No. I mean, he's mad. I can't read everything that he said because he filled my large smartphone screen twice. Okay.
I mean, first of all, don't give Temple's not wrong though. I do understand Temple's argument.
No, I know.
He's putting a shorter version of it here. Say they gave him a title over his name. Okada has yet to have a singles match at AEW, and he got this title. It's WWE type shit.
Okay, we're not at the segment. We're not at that segment yet, so I'm going to wait for a first time.
We're not there yet.
We're gonna get there right now because I was just talking about I was just talking about the
right. We're women.
With the women.
My bad.
Before we get into that one, but the women one, like I was mentioning, Phil, that I think Tony Khan heard us. I think he heard a digression. I think he's listening to us, not because how many? Yes, go ahead. How many women? Go ahead.
There was a sense of importance behind every women's match and every women's appearance.
Oh my god!
AEW, that's like not just look, we have women wrestling, but like an actual sense of importance, like that. And have we gotten to the part we talk about talk about that no hold barred match?
We'll get into that. We're talking about Dynamite first. Then we'll talk about Rampage. But Dynamite is where, like I was saying, so the women one we got at least. We're happy about that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm pretty sure you guys were happy about the women overall. This week.
Very. I did have one question for you guys though, because I know we all saw the tag match with Thunder Rosa, Deanna versus Timeless, and her clone
Tony too.
Yes, old Tony and new Tony, the Tonys. Is Thunder Rosa getting a win in that match a way of saying, like, okay, Deanna's the new shiny and it's over?
No, you know what? He says you
Because I
touched
sure
that
as
stuff.
fuck hope not.
He says you touched it. That's what I was gonna ask you. Now you're asking us, so for sure. Because for me, I don't know. Like, okay,
It's
it
a
is
tough
true.
question, right? I've
It's
been mulling that shit.
I'm with you, brother, because it's like Thunder never lost the belt. She had her fucking relinquish it because of her injury. That's one thing is clear.
And that's how Tony's title run went from interim to to full title after the fact.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And Deanna lost her match, but she, of course, that was the cheating mode. She lost her rematch, but of course, she has now Thunder on here, you know, in the way. And Thunder was trying to, hey, yeah, like, okay, come fuck down. I don't know. We're gonna see a heel turn here from Deanna. Is it too soon? Okay, I'll give you a 50 credit of putting the women there, Tony Khan.
Mm-hmm.
But the other 50 credit is, well, why are you already going to do a heel turn on Deanna Purrazzo already instead of just making this a fucking triple threat at Dynasty?
Right. I don't know what we're doing. Are we going to see the heel turn? Is it going to be like is it going to be like Tony's out of Dynasty altogether and we're going to have like Thunder Rosa versus Deanna and the winner gets her at Double or Nothing?
I think that's it.
I don't know.
I think that's
I don't know where we're going with this. And when I saw Thunder Rosa get that win and that look on Deanna's face, I was like, oh, fuck.
So here's my stake on it. So I think they're setting up Deanna's second rivalry. Because here's the thing. Deanna's going to lose to Tony. As much as I love Deanna, they're not going to take that belt off Tony Storm. Like right now, she is way too hot to lose that belt.
Of course. Right. Agreed.
So if she loses to Tony, what does Deanna do next? Does she blame I would blame Thunder Rosa for losing or for trying to steal her shine. Like that's your second rivalry for her. It also does a good job putting Thunder Rosa in the picture in general, but like
about fucking time. Go ahead. My apologies.
And you don't throw Thunder Rosa against Tony immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So you at least have a storyline where it's at least like you got Deanna and Tony. Deanna loses. Deanna goes to Raw. Thunder Rosa. Thunder Rosa goes to Deanna. Whoever wins that match goes back after Tony. So you have there's at least your one women's title series where it's an actual series. I think a 3-way would be a waste of time. Like a complete waste of time.
I'm with you on that. I mean, I'll give them all the credit in the world because it's intriguing and it's women's story and it's stuff that wasn't happening. And all right, we got 2 nights. I need more. I'm gonna say it again, Tony, because 2 nights out of 4 fucking years, 2 nights. I mean, yeah, WWE can't do 2 nights of WrestleMania and pull them off, but we need more than 2 weeks of compelling, interesting women's programming on Dynamite. And maybe Mercedes is not full of shit. Like she's here to lead a revolution, and this is where it's beginning. But a revolution does not happen in 2 nights.
But it's a good start.
It's a good start. But like I said last week, great. Do it again. And you did. Okay, cool. Do it again.
Well, yeah. But see, now this is already kind of like how we talked about a while back about adding an extra hour on this Wednesday show. Because now it fills the women's spot, at least in that. If you're doing the reason why he did this, of course, was because March Madness is coming up. Don't forget that he is contracted with TBS, with Turner Network.
It shows all the tournaments.
Yeah, all the tournaments.
All the tournament
March Madness begins. I think tomorrow. I believe it begins on Friday. So which he has and Friday or Saturday. That's why he had no other option to do it. Do it now. To add, and it makes more. I don't know if you guys felt it, even though it was long, but for me, it felt perfect to add that because in a way, you know what it brings me back? It brings me back to the fucking Raw and Warzone fucking era. Oh yeah, well the next hour is the Warzone. I got the Warzone, or the next one is Raw. That's awesome. Do it that way. I don't mind.
It's very cool. I enjoyed the hell out of it.
I
I just want to see that type of shit with women next week.
I hope so. I hope we do.
And the week after, and the week after, and the week after.
I mean,
and after that, some more.
I mean, I was laughing. Go, what the fuck? The lights go off for? They were welcome to Rampage. Oh, we're at Rampage now. So I was, so that was good. So yeah, so I was it. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it was too long.
I can't get into when the lights went off because we ain't got there yet. But I felt like that's why the lights went off. But never mind. We'll talk about that later.
No, yeah, we're just talking about the women overall. But this one, but I get Guess's point about it should not be a triple threat match. I don't know where they're going with this direction on this one with Deonna. I feel like it's too soon for her to be a heel. I think I'd rather see Deonna fucking try to get back at that or make it another one contendership, maybe her and Thunder, or or make it a little mini tournament. I want to see. I fucking been wanted to see Serena Deeb and Deonna. That's what I want to see.
That would be amazing. That would be fucking amazing.
Oh my
and
God.
hopefully we will get that. But I really think.
I mean, Serena's working her way back up anyway, so
but that would be awesome to see, though.
But really, I really think and feel like they're going to go with. I don't even know if they're going to turn Deonna heel. They're just going to have this little friction between her and Thunder Rosa, and then they'll settle it at Dynasty. And the winner of that match will take Tony, maybe a double or nothing. I don't know, maybe on TV, because Lord knows we had some title changes on Wednesday, so. It could be one of those things coming down the road. I don't know, but it feels like we're just headed to a spat between these two to get to the same woman that they both have beef with for many different reasons. Like, you took my title, I wasn't even there, and then Deonna's like, "Well, I had you tapping out, and I didn't win the title." So they both got beef, but now they've got this little friction with each other.
What if Thunder's the one who becomes a heel?
I wouldn't mind that because there was a lot of if you recall, there was a lot of tease of her joining Los Ingobernables from AEW along with Rouge, and there's still that tease because she was doing the whole Los Ingobernables.
It worked in Lucha Underground. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm saying.
You're right.
Like I said, she could go heel. Deonna would be waylaid before going after Tony. You'd extend it out. Good point. Good question. That's a hell of a.
Well, she's gonna have a good matchup against Sheeta at Ring of Honor coming up. So.
Yeah, but I mean the problem is both of those cats are not Ring of Honor people. They're AEW folks. They should be on fucking AEW television.
Yeah, we digress.
I don't give a shit what brand you're on or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Here's my problem. Every other ROH title is on Dynamite but the women's.
That's true. That's very true.
Every fucking one of them.
Yep. That's what I was going to say.
That's the problem.
I was like, why the fuck aren't they on television? They've already proven they can be on television. Your finals can be on television.
This is nitpicky at this point because they're doing so much shit with the women's division that they have maybe never done. So maybe that comes in down the line, and maybe Temple's right. We get Athena and all these people somewhere. I don't know yet. I can actually give them the benefit of the doubt because it actually feels like they're getting somewhere.
Shout out to my boy George, up to Mexico, right there watching.
It definitely does feel like a new division, George. It really does.
It does. Well, we haven't gotten to it yet, but that women, they like I said, there is a new energy around the women's division, which I will freely admit.
Oh man, I know, man. There's just so much shit on that one. It just. With this story, it just for me, maybe you guys are right. Maybe we'll have a number one contendership, and then the winner will face them at Dynasty, or maybe we don't. Maybe so. I just don't feel that it's not the right decision to make Deonna heel yet at all. No. I don't think it's the right decision. I think she should be like in the middle, give you a face or a heel, just go after it because she wants that rematch. How Dom mentioned that you made her tap. She made Time to Stone, tap out. So this is a scenario here that is like at the end. That's why I mentioned why it could be a triple threat, but I get you guys' point that it could be one contenders for that at Dynasty. But I mean, we're gonna have to wait to see how that's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the women's division is still shaping up, so we actually don't know what the fuck anyone's doing over there. So
no, I mean, it's looking like it's going in the right direction, but I got to see more.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you. Okay. All right, Tempo. Now you want to get into it.
We got to get into this topic because Jesus Christ, I've seen this man type over and over and over again, and I gotta find the one because you know what? When it comes to Eddie Kingston and Kazuchika Okada in this title win. Personally, I think you make a lot of points that make a lot of sense. Here's the problem right here. Saying that you like story-driven stories or story-driven matches and then pointing to Brody King. Temple, I need you to understand something. This story between these two began to be built before Okada ever showed the fuck up, before we ever knew he was coming. And it all started with Eddie and those dickhead Bucks. Because you know what? The Bucks, all of a sudden, they're these grown-up, classy, suit-wearing EVPs. And who's walking in and week out in his Timbs and his sweatpants, talking shit and getting fined and all this other stuff? Eddie Kingston. So immediately, the Bucks have him on the shit list, right? Mm-hmm. So what's going to happen? Are one of the Bucks going to take those titles from Eddie Kingston? Because then everybody's whining about, oh, they're the EVPs and they're tag team specialists and they're just giving themselves titles and blah, blah, like the start of AEW in the fucking first place. So instead, they went and recruited one of the biggest names in all of pro wrestling to become the newest member of the Elite. And if you come in as the EVP's golden boy and as the new member of the Elite, you don't exactly go to the back of the fucking line, especially when Eddie Kingston is on their shit list and they don't want to take the titles because they don't want to look like they're playing favorites. So they let their golden boy do it. There is your story, and nothing between Eddie Kingston and Brody King is going to be better than that played out on national television. I'm sorry. And if that's your opinion, do you? But that spot right there, you say there's no story. The story began before Okada even got there. And they just found a guy to go take out Eddie Kingston. He just happens to be one of the greatest wrestlers on the fucking planet.
See, I actually have a different perspective on that one. So here's the thing. So Okada is evil Okada right now. And we've talked about this.
Are you sure? Because you hear the way he's getting cheered?
Oh, dude, he's still technically evil Okada. He's still the heel in those matches.
Those Okada chants were a lot louder than Let's Go Eddie.
They were, but here's the thing, though. He's still technically in the match.
And they would have been a lot louder than Let's Go Brody.
Yeah, but here's the thing. The problem is he's still the heel. He wrestled heel in that match. Mm-hmm. So here's the thing. If you're the heel and you're evil Okada, and you're not Playboy evil Okada like he was in Japan, but like actual evil Okada, and you're friends with EVP, as far as I'm concerned, if you want to be a proper villain, of course you're going to jump the line. Of course you don't give a fuck about everybody. Of course you're going to use the I'm Okada, give me that fucking belt.
I'm Okada, I am the line. Now, again, and I think De Niro might have said this when he recapped it on the DeLorean because I was listening to it. Mm-hmm. If this was Okada walks in and gets a shot at Joe, then yeah, there's a problem. Mm-hmm. If this, but this was one title, not the entire trifecta that Eddie is holding. It was one AEW title. I'm amazed it wasn't the New Japan one, just for the fact that he could go back there with that title and maybe defend it. But that's neither here nor there. This was one technically mid-card title that Temple is writing paragraphs about in my DMs.
But overall, tradition-wise, it is a really fast time, no matter how great you are.
And that's fine. But you know what? Fuck tradition. It's Kazuchika Okada. It's the Elite. It's the EVP's handpicked golden child that happens to be Kazuchika Okada. You remember I was talking about Gunther and Gable? There are levels to this shit. Okada is up here. Everybody else that comes in is down here. And maybe you don't get a title shot at even mid-card when you're down here. Okada does. Because this, and Pepsi Phil may remember this, is the type of shit that I thought AEW should be doing all along. It wasn't it wasn't like, oh yeah, you go out, you get Miro, you get Punk, you get this, you get that. Okay. But these people, we've seen them all before. We know what they're capable of doing. We know what they're capable of not doing. And that's exactly how the shit played out. You know what we haven't seen? We haven't seen Will Ospreay full-time with a mic in his hand on national TV in America. You know what we haven't seen? We haven't seen Kazuchika Okada in the States doing something that actually matters on national television. We haven't seen this type of shit. We may have seen it someplace else on a whole other continent in a whole other place. When you come here, it's different. And you can even see Okada wrestling different. You could see it. You remember how Ivan talked about how Will Ospreay needed to change his style in these matches? Okada already has. He's been in what? 3 matches in AEW? Maybe.
Well, that was part-time, but officially yesterday was his first full official match.
It was his first singles match, but I mean, he had the trios match, and then maybe he was in another one with the Bucks. I don't remember.
I mean,
but
cheers aside again. But you're right. But again, remember, he's still fighting heel. So him jumping the line,
heel face don't matter. He's the Rainmaker, and he's the EVP's hand-picked man to take somebody on their shit list the fuck out. There's your story. And it started happening before he ever got announced as part of an AEW roster. That is actually pretty fucking cool. Sometimes in the past, AEW could not come up with a story for 2 people on their own fucking roster. They created a story for a man they thought that they were going to sign before they even fucking signed him, and then they executed it. And it took $14 million to do it. That's genius.
Okay, here's my thing, though. Here's my thing. Before I let Phil, and I apologize, Phil. I know you were going to go. But, like, I get what you're saying. I'm not saying you're wrong or your points. But there's one thing that you got to go back about what Okada said. And this is Okada's words. This ain't fucking my words. This ain't nobody in the community's words. This is Okada's fucking words, what he said. I want to start fresh. I want to start again over. Hold on. Right. Hold on. I hear your point. I'm not. I hear your point. I know where you're gonna go with this. That's you gotta let me finish because I know where you're gonna go with it. I'm going what he said. He said that he wanted to start from the fucking bottom, not to give him a fucking belt right there on his first official match the full time in AEW. Here's the belt. You can have it, yeah. But we already know this is going to be a story. And this is where I'm going to be pissed off. But we'll talk about the tag team tournament because I know you guys did it on Sunday. But I'll be pissed off that if the fucking EVPs win those fucking tag team belts, then that means they're starting something that, whoa, what does that kind of remind me of? A little bit. Oh, Kenny Omega when he was a belt collector and all this bullshit. That's what that story, like that ego, it kind of reminds me of that shit. So it just like, oh God.
It's just,
but I get what you're saying though. I know. Look,
the thing is, you and I have been doing this long enough to know you never trust anything a wrestler says because they are swerving you until they get there.
But at the end of the fucking day, who fucking runs that fucking show? Who's booking the show? Who is running it? Who signed him?
Who cares?
Right. I care.
You don't trust wrestling. You know who else said he just wanted to be there and work with top talent and he didn't really need a title right off the bat? Chris Jericho in his opening promo when AEW was opening the doors.
That's
who was the
first?
No. Who was the first AEW world champion again?
Okay, you can't compare that.
Yes, I can.
Why? That was 5 years ago.
Because he had 2 matches in AEW. Okada's already had 2 matches. He's got a mid-card title. We're cool with Jericho saying it, but if Okada says it, that's different.
No.
But yeah, you don't trust wrestlers. Ric Flair said he wanted to retire 19 times. He'll come back for another match 5 years from now. Mark my words. You never trust wrestlers.
I get that. It's just that for me, it's just like, okay, you're making this man lose the belt already, and you're not going to have Okada to fucking have this belt. And this is where that's the thing. I know. I feel like it's getting to that story. I feel like this is going to go to a story. Oh, here comes the belt collectors fucking scene. The Young Bucks win the tag team fucking championship tournament, and then alongside with Okada having the Continental, they're gonna go beat around everybody. They're like, yeah, EVP, all this shit. and like all this fucking bullshit. And then who's gonna be the one dethroning Okada for that belt? That's gonna be something. Who's gonna give him his first loss? It's a full time in AEW. Who's gonna give him that? It's
Will Ospreay.
God, this
Will
is like
Ospreay and a healed up Empire is
they
going to go up
fucking
against
might
the
as well
Elite.
might as well fucking call this fucking New Japan 2.0. Might as well fucking call that shit.
Why not?
Might
Most
as
of the
well.
people that watched AEW didn't see it anyway. And then you're saying, how do you get casual fans? You take fire shit that people didn't see and you put it on national television in America.
Which is fine.
1 minute it's AEW needs to cater to casuals. The next minute is, oh, we've already seen this. Which one is it? This should have been debate of the week, by the way.
I'm just saying this shit since then fucking that's the case. Tony Khan, get rid of the fucking rankings. Fuck your rankings and just say fuck it. All right, it is what it is. Stop putting those bullshit rankings on the website. Stop with that shit. It just doesn't mean shit.
Like, oh no, the third belt in a trifecta of championships that's been around for 2 months has so much lineage and weight that we got to have a ranking system. No, you
I'm
put
not
it on
saying
Okada because it's fucking Okada.
No. Don't do that because that is the foundation of what AEW is built on. Every belt has a ranking system. Does not matter how old they are.
The belt has not been around long enough to have a ranking system.
It doesn't matter. It does
the
not
belt
matter.
has been on one person the entire fucking time.
Does not matter.
And those rankings were nowhere to be found when Pac won that international title, and shit worked out okay for it.
And it went away.
So maybe everybody needs to stop every now and then and stop being so black and fucking white. There's a big fucking gray area, and motherfuckers live in it happily all the time.
Then don't.
Maybe you would be so bitter and angry if you tried the gray area.
Stop relying on the ranking system. Do not use the ranking
I never wanted them to. I don't give a fuck if they do or not.
The thing is, they
I
are
joked about it because they didn't update it for like a year and a half. That's how important it was. But I don't give a fuck about a ranking system. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I give a fuck about what's on my TV and am I enjoying it. End of fucking list. And Okada winning that title, by the way, was extremely fucking enjoyable. There were tens of thousands of people in that stadium in Toronto. They ate it the fuck up.
Okay. Go ahead, I don't know. You have anything else? I mean, for me, it's just more.
The problem is like, again, you bring in a heel, and that's what he is, and that's how he won, and and you give him the belt. I don't mind that. He is a villain. So that's how he jumped the line. First couple of matches, he gets the belt. Again, perfectly fine with that.
But how do people know Will Ospreay in the States? Doesn't he need to start at the bottom and work up the rankings? Who gives a fuck? He's Will fucking Ospreay. That's my point. It's Kazuchika fucking Okada.
Yeah,
we all know him. We all love him. He's got gold.
That is not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is
no, I'm sorry. I'm talking to Temple, not you. Okay. Forgive me, Pepsi Phil.
Yeah. But the point is that the question is Okada came in and he's going to be a villain. Perfectly fine. That's how he portrayed. I don't care if they're cheering for him. They sing fucking Jericho songs when he was the head of JAS. I don't care. So fuck.
You know what Okada just did? He walked in, got a title shot, and didn't get booed. Maybe Dwayne should learn a lesson from the Rainmaker. How about that?
Yeah, I'll fuck Dwayne. We passed.
Fuck him. Wait. Let me say that a little more emphatically. Fuck him.
So, but he's not. That's not the segment we're on. But the segment we're on is Okada's presence. So him doing what he did, I'm okay with because technically he's just being a bully. Like that's what he's doing. Like he's playing the bully that jumps in line. What is he like? He's playing the bully. Like you could say he's a hired gun, but as far as I'm concerned, he's just the guy they brought in whose job it is to bully everyone around. Yeah. It starts off with the mid cards and then go to this one.
He's very heavy.
I don't care about his name because honestly, as great as it is, that's not the storyline he's running. He's running the
fried chicken title. Give it to Nick Nemeth. That's how we get him in AEW. He dressed up as Colonel Sanders again. It'll be great.
So for me, he's not. He's using his name, but it's not weird. He's not using it as I'm Okada. Boom! It's Okada being the asshole Okada, which is the thing I enjoy about it.
I'm Okada, who the Bucks paid $14 million to beat the shit out of Eddie Kingston, who they didn't like.
Well, yeah, but that's the best part. It's not just Okada, the world greatest wrestler. It's I'm Okada. I got paid to take that belt from him. Like that's the guy I like. Like that's the story I'm dealing. Like that I'm measuring.
That's the story. The Bucks are petty as fuck. They
Mhm.
don't like Eddie Kingston, so they went and got one of the greatest wrestlers on the planet to beat the shit out of him to take a title from him to prove a point.
Now the problem with that though is they brought him in, but I kind of wish they had done a bit more storytelling where they actually declared that out loud. That would have been nice.
Well, that was the problem. They couldn't declare it out loud because they had to get the fucking deal done.
Well,
you can't say you got some.
Well,
trust
no, because
trust me.
Wait,
I have done this. I have done this before. And again, Pepsi Phil can vouch. We announced on Top Rope we're getting an interview with Sami Callihan. Guess what? Never fucking happened.
After the signing, remember they announced Okada was coming.
Yes,
2 weeks, so they did have at least a week or two.
They already did that signing. They already made the decision. Already happened. That was already done. It's not about the signing. It's not about that. It's the story. It's where the story on this is going with him. Like I said, I hear what you're saying that about his name. But how Phil said, it's not about his fucking name. It's really where the story is. So now this one, that's why I mentioned earlier. Looks like the story is heading to the belt type of shit. Okada and everything else. Okay, he gets the belt. He's
I
a
think
heel.
the story is just Eddie's going down because Okada took this title.
But I'm not talking about Eddie.
It would not be surprising if Mark takes his ROH
but
title.
I have not, which is fine if that happens because we wanted that. We talked about it last week. That I think that should happen. That thing, why not? Because Mark deserves it. But that's we're not talking about that. We're talking about Okada right now. We're talking about this. Why this man took the belt already. He did his first singles match officially as a full timer in AEW. That's
because
what
the
we're
Bucks
at.
gave him $14 million to do it.
Tony Khan gave him $14 million, not that the Bucks. For Tony Khan.
Well, the story is they brought their best.
I know.
I'm giving you the story. See, I go to story, you go to fact. I go to fact, you go to story.
I know.
What the fuck?
But here's the thing about this though.
You see why I'm a psycho here, folks?
But here's the thing though, and this is towards Ivan's point about the belt collecting thing. If they're going for the bully aspect of their entire position, bringing in somebody whose job it is just to be a bully, they have to become the belt collectors. They have to be dripping in gold. Right? Because they have. It's not. I mean, it's not ideal, but honestly, from a perspective of a story of they're using their money to beat up other people or bully folks around. Yeah, they should get the belts if you're going to do that route. I mean, when they lose it, I don't know. Maybe it's the next.
Are they doing it? Is the question. I don't know. It really looks like this is Okada, and we brought him in because we don't like Eddie Kingston. So we're gonna have him take out Eddie Kingston to make a name for himself here, and to get back at him because we're some petty little douchebags. That's the story.
But again,
so they don't need to win gold because they're pushing Okada.
Yeah, but
they're talking about Okada backstage in the interviews. They're pushing Okada to the forefront in these matches. They're getting him to go after a title.
Yeah, like
it doesn't mean they need to win any gold. And if they do, I might be pissed, but that's another segment.
But the problem I have is they were never implicit about it. I needed them to say it. For me, for the story to actually be punctuated, they needed to be implicit about that part. Just bringing them in and having them turn on Eddie, quote unquote, is just, and then it just looks like a half thing. I need them to be implicit about it. Like your story goes, in writing it needs to be an inciting incident. The inciting incident is Eddie being an asshole. The follow up to that is we got Okada for $14 million to whoop your ass, and then we say it out loud.
I mean, the one thing for me is unless to give them this belt for this other reason too, because if since remember the word continental is okay, you go able to travel because we did talk about when he officially signed. He still lives in Japan. You could be part-timer in a way, even though it's not a full-timer. But excuse me, but if we already know that maybe he could defend a belt in New Japan, or which he's been saying, I don't want to fucking go back, which is bullshit. I feel like he is gonna go back. Maybe go to Noah, which he will. But either Noah or All Japan or go to DDT, maybe he could do that. Or go continental with the belt, I guess. Fine, I get that.
Go to Red Pro or some shit.
Yeah, I get what you're. Look, I'm with you, Phil, on that. That's where I'm at too. Because it's like, okay, what the fuck? That's it. like that quick. It wasn't even a fucking story to it. Okay, you turn on him and that was it. It wasn't a built story. You didn't even allow this man to give him a singles competition on Collision instead of you put him in a 6-man tag. Because for me, and I know I'm going old school here, but that's just, we're spoiled for that. We're old school here. For me would have been for some of us. Yes, I know. But I know that I feel that if they would have done it as a singles match for Collision for Okada, and let's say beat someone like very quick in an instant, then it would have built the story better, in my opinion, because it would have given Eddie Kingston at least to look at. Oh shit, I gotta fight this man. This guy's a former IWGP World Champion. And 5 minutes of that, he just came over here. He just I know.
Oh, he beat Fuego in 8 seconds. The horror.
But hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. I'm just saying, really more like make the dominant, make it like your Ivan Drago type of shit. Damn, this motherfucker actually whooped some ass, and then I have to get ready for that. And then, yeah, that's fine. If he loses, cool. He lost the belt. We already know. That's fine. I'm talking about storytelling. That's what I'm talking about. Storytelling of that.
I brought the story up.
But I get your yes, and that's what I said.
I know people don't listen, but I brought it
up. I heard you.
The story had fucking holes in it. That's the problem. The story had holes.
Yes, thank you.
It does. It does. They did not implicitly say they brought him in to take out Eddie. They don't
have to.
Yes, they did.
They were beefing with Eddie Kingston for weeks, and then the first person they bring in turns on Eddie Kingston, drops him, and joins them.
So we don't. So what?
That is a complete story, and then he goes after Eddie Kingston to take a title for them because Eddie Kingston is on their shit list.
He is.
There is no hole in that story anywhere.
The hole is they don't. The problem is if you're going to actually do something that petty, you're not going to say it. You're not going to brag about it. They didn't even brag about it after the fact. They don't discuss the reason why they brought in Okada. As a story person, you need at least a backstory of some type beyond the fact they were just beefing with Eddie. Like your backstory is not I'm beefing with Eddie. Your backstory is I was beefing with Eddie, so I brought this guy in who's the best in the world, who's my ringer.
That's exactly what I just said. Yeah, we got beef with Eddie, so we're bringing this guy in to take him out.
When did they say that?
They didn't have to. They did it.
When did they say it? When did they say it that was their plan?
So you want them to just come out and point blank say we don't like Eddie Kingston, even though we all know they don't, and we're bringing this guy in to beat his ass, even though we know they did. Yes. We need to say it.
Yes.
We need to treat everybody like they're fucking 5 and have less brain cells than me.
After Okada turns on him, what did they explain that? Why did they explain the turn? Other than just we wanted Okada to screw you over. They didn't say it.
That's literally just said this is the newest member of the Elite.
Yeah, that's it.
That's why he did it.
No, but I hear what you're saying.
This is A to B all the way to Z.
Okay, but okay.
Point H is the problem here.
No, but okay, I hear what you're saying. But the thing is, I get what Phil's saying, and I'm with Phil on this because if that was the case, I know you brought up if that was the case that the Bucks had an issue with Eddie before even Revolution happened, how many times they had segments when they went in backstage? They only had it once. They didn't have it twice. They only had it once. Remind me what was the second one. Tell me when was the second one, because from there wasn't. There was not. It was the only one time when they were interviewing Eddie behind backstage, Renee Paquette, and they came and they interrupted. Where's Sting? When they were looking for Sting the last Dynamite. They were looking for him on that. That was the only one segment. So you're gonna tell me that it took one segment?
No, because Eddie came and interrupted them the following week.
No. Okay. After Revolution?
No, when they're after the Where's Sting thing, Eddie came in and
that was the
interrupted
one
them
segment.
after that. We led to the ring segment where he walks in, throws money at him, and says, "You might as well find me because I'm about to talk some shit."
Okay, so I have to go back and review and look at that one more time. So, but if that's the case,
and by the way, Temple, we're cool. You did make some valid points. I would say there is my one problem with it.
Yeah, it's just for me that was the only issue. It was just really more just the singles competition. So at least people won't be, and I'm not talking about Temple. I'm talking about generically. So it won't be like, oh man, it's just first singles, he got the belt. Like more like, okay, that was a fucking case. Give him that fucking singles match in Collision, one fucking match, and then the next one fine. I'll be okay with it. I'm fine. I don't care. But you're putting
one more match makes it all better.
It brings what I said of a point of a valid story. That's what I'm trying to talk about, because it's like it intimidates Eddie, because Eddie, I know that you think different. We all do. I get it. I
don't know what difference one match makes.
It gives you
two singles matches instead of one, and he's a champion. Okay,
I know you say he's Okada, so no one cares, but it builds his character as someone who's coming in to just wreck shop and bully people. Then he takes over Eddie. You're thinking maybe Eddie has a shot. And you go, nope, he's going to get his ass whooped. It's a character builder match. I know everyone doesn't care about that because everyone wants to just win the match. But my point is, it needs to be a character building match. Like, you need to have someone come in. It's like when Brock beat the Undertaker streak. Then you had the point where he did the next match with Cena, where he just suplexed the living shit out of him for the entire match.
Well,
like,
that's what you're saying.
You build the character, you build the story. Before you get to Okada winning the belt, you build him up as the most dangerous person there, and beyond his name being the reason why. That's the point. That's why you give him one more match. That's why you give him a match before Eddie. Like, you do that to scare the shit out of Eddie because you know what's coming for him.
Eddie ain't gonna get scared regardless. Do you know Eddie Kingston?
Do
you think Eddie has ever been scared of anything in his entire fucking life?
That is his side. I'm talking about on the other side. That's what the guys are thinking. If you're doing
but then the story doesn't make any sense because you're trying to scare a man that has no fucking fear.
But you're still trying.
That's like trying to have a conversation with a dead man. Pointless. Fucking pointless. Trying to make a man who has no fear afraid of you is pointless.
But you're trying to get his attention. It's a tool for it's less about scaring Eddie. It's about giving the impression that you're trying to scare Eddie, because obviously Eddie's not going to be afraid. Eddie will fight a tractor trailer, but it's the fact that they're going through the roster to do it is where it comes in.
Yes, that's exactly. That's where we're like we pretty much on storytelling wise is where we're at.
It just sounds like granted, I'm like I said, I like the idea of Okada being a bully and taking the belt. Yes, I just wanted more of a build up for him being the bully to take the belt.
That's the thing.
That is all.
I'm not looking at it where he's like bullying or doing this. Okada's just basically being an asshole because he got paid a ton of money to do it. So why not?
I get it. I guess
it's like they rained money on me, so I'm gonna be the biggest asshole I could possibly be and take a title in the process.
I hear you. It just we're just talking about the way how it was told is for we digress about that way.
It's just like I said, it was the build up that I thought could.
That's the only thing. It's just the build up. Yes, I agree with Phil. It's just really
no one's complaining about the actual end result. It's the build up that everyone's complaining about.
Yeah, the end result, I'm okay with it. It's fine. It makes sense. Which I'll be pissed. How you mentioned, you'll be pissed too. But
once that match was announced, I knew Eddie was losing.
Like, so if a woman tells you. So look at this straight. If a woman tells you no foreplay necessary, let's just get it on. You're like, oh man, I was hoping for a build.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. Let's go.
You're talking to the only fans of podcasting here. Why are you asking that question?
You're just gonna throw it down. You're gonna just throw it down and jump on top of her.
If she says nothing necessary, let's just go. I'm going. And I'm enjoying the shit out of it, like I have with this.
That explains so much.
Shout out to Bakley.
What you mean, like while my wife's happy?
So like it should have been easy for him to win it. Whereas a face turn, you want to build. I get your point too, Bakley. I get that.
Thank you, Bakley. I loved it too.
That. I know. We're not debating about the fact that he won it like as a heel. I'm not talking about that. We're talking about more of giving people, the audience here in the States, not in Japan, in the States, a taste of this man that people have not seen continentally in the United States. Well, certain parts of the area,
been to Boston,
not all of there.
He's been to a few states in the U.S. and he's been to Canada, and people are cheering for him as loud as they can. And he's a fucking heel, by the way.
Were they
We're not debating about him being a heel. We're not debating
No, what I'm not either. I'm saying if he is a heel and people are cheering for him that loudly, I'm pretty sure he's known wherever the fuck he goes.
Were they cheering for him at home? People on television? I mean, how do you know people? Like I said, how do you know people?
I was.
You, sir. There are people who did that. Surprisingly, there are people who did not know who Okada was. They just know his name. They've never seen him wrestle. Just because you say he's the greatest wrestler in the world, people don't know that. They need a connection. They don't know Okada as much as we love him.
I want to know one of these people. One of them. Who don't know Kazuchika Okada?
Oh, God.
People who are literally just learning about
who watches AEW and don't know Kazuchika Okada, who has been there.
But we're not talking about television. We're talking about if we in person, live, attending.
I brought up in person. He brought up television. I talked television. You go back to person. See what I'm saying here? I can't win. I'm just gonna shut the fuck up.
I was bringing up.
I'm gonna be wrong no matter what. So I'm done.
No, nobody's saying you're right.
You are.
I was
every time I make a point, you switch the subject. It's like arguing with my fucking wife.
I didn't change it. I still kept to my original point. I'm talking about the people who do not know who the man is.
Who? Because the people in the crowd know him. I know him. Everybody watching AEW knows him. Who are these fucking people, and why do we worry? Are the ratings good? Is the television good? Was the match good? Yes, yes, yes. What the fuck are we worried about then?
Okay,
the one person over in bumfuck whatever who doesn't know who Kazuchika fucking Okada is, and by the way, probably isn't watching fucking Dynamite anyway. So what the fuck are we arguing about?
Again, you want a crowd that you always have who eventually will, by diminished return, eventually go away, or would you like to branch out?
Thank you, Bakley. If you haven't seen Kazuchika Okada in 20 fucking years, that's your problem. Not AEW's and not mine. 20 years. It's not like this guy just jumped off the fucking boat from Japan.
Nobody's saying that.
And laced up the boots. He's been doing this since he was 16 years old.
It's
you're welcome.
If you don't know by now, you're never gonna know, and I don't give a fuck about you. How about that?
That is your
How about that?
Tony does not have that luxury. Tony
he does.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does. Because he has the luxury of throwing $14 million at Kazuchika Okada, and he's the luxury that AEW is already $1 billion promotion. Those are some big fucking luxuries.
But how long can...
And he also has the luxury of the extra ticket revenue for big business in Canada.
In the law of diminished return, say that is not a guarantee for the next 20 years.
There is no guarantee for any promotion not named WWE for 20 years.
Exactly. So
none. So you might as well do what you got to do now to make what you can make now and worry about 20 years from now.
Then at that point, why do you need women's
wrestling? TNA.
No, then at that point, why do you need women's wrestling? Because those guys, most of them, just want men wrestling.
I'll say the same thing as TNA. Why you need women's wrestling?
Yeah, exactly.
It's the only reason they're even here.
You need to work on the future. Besides your regular fans, you need to work for people. Yeah, like in bumfuck who don't know them.
I need Bakley on the screen. I do. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Lieutenant Dan.
We're not debating the fact. We're just debating the fact the story was not told. That's it. Other than that, I get your point.
It wasn't built. It was just dropped.
It just wasn't built. That was just it.
You keep thinking just because he's Okada, he doesn't need to build a story. And
I'm right.
Then why do you?
If I'm wrong, him headlining the first Forbidden Door wouldn't have been their best pay-per-view to date because he had never been in the fucking building. He never even showed up to an arena before the fucking pay-per-view.
Then you just complain.
So if I'm wrong, those numbers are wrong. Tony totally inflated them, and AEW needs to get audited.
You just complained when AEW first started, they didn't have a story. You said Okada doesn't need a story beyond just showing up.
Because it's a track history.
Doesn't mean it's a where's this? But does he never get a story because of his name? Does he never have a story with anyone? Because he does. Okada?
Then that's just to get him in the door and progress a story that, like I said, had started before he even got there, where he ended up being the payoff for it. Now they will move forward and they will go into what they are already building for him, which is Pac, which is awesome. And nobody's talking about it because they're sitting here throwing out these wild fucking arguments about why this shouldn't have fucking happened.
No one said this. No one.
Meantime, we're getting Pac versus Okada, and everybody's crying because Eddie lost his title too soon.
No. When did we say it should happen? When did we say it should happen? When did we say it should happen? Because that was not what we said. We never.
No, you just asked me, are they just never going to build a story? But they are already building a story between Okada and Pac.
My point was never that he shouldn't have happened.
Did you just ask me if they're ever going to build a story for him? Did I just answer your question? Am I wrong?
No.
Okay, we're done.
My question was
we're fucking done.
My question was my point was they did not build him up to get to Eddie. And he's going for a belt. So you don't think a belt, no matter how slim, doesn't deserve a build up, even if he is Okada. That's the question I'm asking. That's the question. It's not that he shouldn't have won. It's not that he wasn't a great win. It's not that it wasn't a great match. Not that they didn't bring him in to be a bully to take the belt from Eddie. My question is should they have done a better build for that one? And I know you say because he's Okada, he didn't need one.
They didn't need one for this because they started the story without him. He came in, paid it off. Now they're moving forward with another story. That's how pro wrestling works. It's like saying it was too soon for Paige to come up and beat AJ Lee. Well, it happened anyway, and look what it led to.
Like I said, and I hear basically what he's saying too. Our thing is really more, and I know what he's saying about it. He pinned, he pinned him, 6-man tag.
And they've done that shit in WWE as well. And you know it, even in the Trips era.
I don't, hold on. Like I said, that's not
Gable got to Gunther because they beat Imperium in a 6-man match.
That's not.
Let's stop fucking around now.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, but that was cool. We need to do that again. This horrible.
Hold on. That's not our argument. Our debate is like how Phil is saying. It's just that's fine. Fine and dandy what you're saying. I'm not saying that. Okay, you're fine. We're not debating that. The only thing we're debating is the singles competition that he should have had, and then go and anticipate more him going for that belt is where we debate about. We're not saying him winning the belt. That's fine. It's fine when it comes to that. We get that. We know why. We know the story of that. I'm not debating about the story about that. What I'm debating within the story is really more, why do you give this man a singles competition instead of a fucking 6-man? Twice.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Wait, do you want me to respond to this because you're asking questions?
I'm not done yet. I'm just saying. That's where we are debating about. We're not debating what you're saying. We're debating of that to the anticipation for this belt. Then that means, hold on, I'm going to finish. Hold on. Then that means that belt
I can't finish
really... and I apologize. Just give me a minute.
Everybody apologize. I can't finish a thing still.
I don't, but let me finish it.
Why? I can't.
Go ahead. All right, go ahead.
To answer your question, if Okada had came in and joined a clique, like if he had gone back and joined up with Chaos, and the only member of that faction that in AEW that ever won a title is Orange Cassidy, then yeah, this is too fucking soon. If he comes in and joins the Elite, notice the name, the guys who have all won championships, all brought home collected gold themselves. What do you think he's going to do? He's going to win gold. So if he came in and he was in Chaos and he got to Eddie Kingston and he took the title, yeah, maybe it's too soon. But if he comes in at the Bucks' request to be the newest member of the Elite, who have won pretty much every title there is in AEW, you kind of feel like he's going to win a championship pretty quick. You're still at this, he wanted to start from the bottom. He said he wanted to start from the bottom. He lied. You know, like Eddie Guerrero did, and we all loved him for it. He lied. He flat out lied. He didn't want to start at the bottom. You know where he wanted to start? He wanted to start as Elite.
Okay.
He wants to be a different version of the Rainmaker in the States and make an impact. And he's doing it. If he had joined any other fucking clique or there was no story or anything else, I would be sitting here bitching and moaning. I have done that in the past with multiple promotions, and I will do it again.
Okay.
But this actually makes sense.
Okay.
Because we're bitching about a title that has a lineage history of 1 in 2.5 months. We're bitching about a mid-card title. We've been fighting for 45 minutes over it. For a mid-card championship that honestly, could you remember the name of it while Eddie Kingston was running around with 3? We're like, oh yeah, the ROH title, the New Japan Strong, and oh, what the fuck was that C2 called?
Yeah.
I was calling it the Triple Crown because I couldn't fucking remember it. I bet y'all remember it now.
Well, I hear your debate. I hear it. I'm not disagreeing all of it. I'm just saying about like I just disagree. Pepsi felt like disagree about the build-up for it. That was it. That was only the build-up. I hear your valid points. I'm not saying that you're wrong about your valid points. We get that.
That is true. Kabuki Warriors did the same fucking thing. They debuted. They won the tag titles. Like their first fucking match together. First, not second, not third. First.
Well, they actually not. First. They actually did had a singles tag team match before they even went for that build. That's the difference of it.
Okay, so it's still 2 matches.
There you go. That's it. But other than that,
that's all you need. That's all you need.
And that's what we said about Okada. The singles. That's what we're talking about. But I get it. I get your point.
But he had 2 matches. They both had 2 matches. They both won titles.
Not as a single.
As a 6-man what?
But I get it.
As a 6-man what? Match.
All right. Yeah. All right. You won this debate. That's fine. That's fine. And I rather not.
It's still, like I said, I'm with Temple. It feels like lazy booking. Like I said, it feels like lazy booking. Like, granted, he shows up, bitch for Eddie shows up, does a thing. Like, it feels lazy. Like I said, I'll wait to see what they do moving forward. Like, I'm happy about Pac, but I'm curious. It feels lazy booking initially. Like,
I'm okay. I'm not upset. I'm just really more not like I said. I'm not disagreeing with Dom's valid points. My thing is where I debate on is really just that, like what Phil and I agree on. And that's it. I'm not anything what you said, Dom. You're right. I'm not saying you're wrong about that. But my thing is really more is why I digress. Is the build up for it. Where it get to me. I don't give a fuck if that's his name. Good. Yes, you want to. I give that man the credentials to the world. I do that. But when I don't go in statistic and I'm going more back. I'm not touching the entertainment part. That's me. I don't know. Excuse me. I know I fucking sound like Skip Bayless, but I'm just more of that. That's where I'm at with it. That's where I'm at. That's it. Other than that, you're not wrong what you're saying. I'm just saying that's my debate of what I have. That's it. Other than that, that's the only debate I have on. Nothing that. Fuck it. He won the belt. Cool. That's fine. But give it a build. Because, and I heard what you said earlier right now. Well, when was the fuck with the name and everything? Oh, I'm with you on that. Blame the guy who fucking made that belt in the first place. Blame the guy who fucking made all of this and got us into involvement in it. Blame the guy who doesn't fucking make those belts fucking relevant.
That's fucking bullshit.
That's fucking bullshit, Tony Khan.
You're bullshit, Tony Khan. See what you got us doing. You're bullshit.
You're bullshit. You don't do it.
But now, to be fair, this is probably the most we've ever talked about that Continental Championship. So maybe he's on to something.
Well, I hope so.
Maybe it's what Tony wants.
Well, the thing is, I agree with putting it on Okada. That's the thing. We all agree on that part.
That's it.
Like, because you're right.
That's the best. That's the only part we need to agree on because it happened.
Yeah. Like that part. Like,
that's all that's
okay, we can argue all we want. It fucking happened.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
let's face
fine.
it. Like you said, like you want to build that belt up. Continental giving it to Okada is literally the way you do it.
You had no idea how badly I wanted to put you in this day.
But man, I'm with you on that. That was just it. That was the only fucking thing I had an issue with that.
Devious One versus Psycho versus Fanta Phil in an electrified FMW three-way.
Debate fell out. Oh man,
I think that just happened, man.
It already did happen. But
it's all love. It's just Jesus Christ.
It's all love. There's nothing bad. But one thing in this
that should have been debate of the week. I'm just saying.
It should have been, but I held myself on that. But another thing that I wanted to bring up on here that I want to know you guys thought before we move to Rampage. Last thing on this one was really more on the Jericho and Hook one. So we've seen Jericho lost. I mean, by the way, Jericho took those fucking moves very well. He really sold for fucking Hook. He made him look good. And I know Dom's gonna probably shit me on this. It reminds me of a little bit of his father. It does remind me it reminds me of.
I was
no, you know what? You're not wrong. Because it was when Jericho debuted against Taz, that finish was practically the exact same one.
Right. Oh my god.
It was Taz hooked him and Jericho fought it, and Taz finally got him on his back. And I don't think Jericho tapped. I think he went out cold.
I was going to ask that because you know what? My shit froze when I was trying to see if the replay of it. I was going to ask you guys, did he tap or did he pass out?
Oh, that night he tapped. Against Taz, he went right the fuck out. He didn't tap.
Oh, okay.
But now, considering Jericho was like 20-something when he fought Taz and 50-something fighting Hook. So, you know, 30 years will probably make you go like this. I wouldn't know.
It was a good match for Hook. It did for me. It improved it. His storytelling is actually much improved. I think he needs to add to his moveset a little bit for me. But other than that, I think Jericho did a great job of putting Hook over.
Yeah.
And I think Hook did a good job of doing the job. Like I said, the thing that impressed me most was Hook's storytelling for this match. Was also was Hook.
I'm always gonna love you, Temple.
Yeah.
And I said you made good points.
And Jericho pretty much helping him along. Like I gotta give Jericho credit for helping that new talent. I mean, obviously, Hook got a little lineage there. So, but still,
just a little bit.
But Jericho did a good job of telling that kid, we tag together. We're gonna fight together.
And then he's got another proposition for him.
Yeah, I don't even.
What are you gonna ask him to do now? OnlyFans? What the fuck?
No, I don't know, man. That's maybe,
no, that even had me in my neck. Like, oh,
maybe
I'm waiting for that Careless Whisper song.
Yeah.
I don't know what that.
And honestly, the way that Jericho worked, the way they worked it together, actually had me thinking that Hook could probably do some work. I mean, I still wish he was a little bit bigger, but still, the kid, like I said, it was just it was a solid, well-told match. So I was
shout out to the director, Ben Bus right there.
What is good, G? I love you, dude.
Man.
So yeah, it was like I said, it was interesting. Jericho went there.
Me too. I could use a fucking donut all the time.
I need another beer for this debate because that's what I need.
I'm completely out of fluid. I was arguing so hard.
So, but like I said, I'm curious to see what the proposition is for next week.
I know. I'm curious to see how that's going to work out. Now we can get to the main event for Dynamite because Edge and Christian for the TNT Championship. 2 title changes in one night there, and I keep saying Edge. My apologies. Adam Copeland. Shout out to Toronto because they really, and shout out to you, Toronto, all over Canada. Thank you very much for listening to us and watching us. But man, you guys really stood it up. You guys sing the hell out of that song for Adam Copeland. Loved it.
Literally,
someone in the IWC.
When it happened.
Oh, me too. Honestly, I was too. There was this one comment I saw, and I'm not gonna name that person on IWC, but they really compared it. Oh, really? They're really going to copy WWE? Get the fuck out of here! You don't want to say that shit. No, they're not.
No, it was
That
honestly
shit would never have happened in WWE.
it was just
Ever.
it was honestly
because
too
they
much-
had the opportunity to make it happen and they wouldn't let Christian get back in the ring.
Yeah. Honestly, it was just two best friends wrestling and saying goodbye to wrestling together.
That shit was, I'm with you. That shit was fun. I really enjoyed it. It was a great main event.
Yeah,
it got everybody, it got me invested completely.
And I tell people it was the most Canadian wrestling match I have ever seen.
Oh yeah, it had a hockey fight and everything.
That part is where they were trying to compare it to WWE because of the fight, and I was like, why?
Get the fuck out of here!
Yeah, like why would you do that? Like, no, get the fuck out of here with that shit. No, it's not.
You know where they have a lot of hockey fights in fucking Canada.
I mean, honestly, it was like the fact they picked the Bruins was an interesting call. But still, overall, it was fun to watch. There was one part of storytelling that I thought was terrible. Was Mother Wayne taking care of Christian while her son and a kill shot were getting their ass whooped behind her, and the entire time she never turned around once.
Hey man, I hope Luchasaurus is all right because that when they threw over Nick Wayne and that fucking foot hit right behind his head.
And he got it right on top of the head. Yeah.
I was like, oh fuck.
So, but, I mean, overall, it's like I said, it was a great match. I'm surprised she didn't take a bump. However, I actually thought she was going to take a bump at some point because you think they would have taught her something. But again, also shout out to them.
Her job is just to look good. The rest of the family takes the bump.
I was about to say, shout out to them leather pants, though. They the real MVP.
Respectfully.
But one thing out of that, at least I'm happy to see Garcia and Matt, they went out there and at least they're getting their momentum. And I was happy to
I was actually
I was really happy about that.
Honestly, this was the first time I was like, Matt Menard's doing some things.
He said, I got one right here for you, Temple. Right here.
I got some bait.
Yep. But man,
I got a Twizzler. Shit, I don't know.
I'm gonna get another beer after we get into Rampage. But man, all I can tell you is that was me too. It was awesome. I'm glad they had the fucking momentum and we saw it. We'll get into Rampage. We saw what happened, of course, backstage, and we're celebrating, blah, blah. But overall, great main event. It got everybody invested. And you know what I was waiting for, honestly, when they passed the mic to Christian Cage? I swear when they asked him, hey, Christian.
Oh, I know what you were waiting on.
Yeah. I was waiting for it.
You want to quit, Christian? You want to?
Go fuck yourself.
I was expecting one of them to say it. Shit.
I was waiting for that. I was like, fuck.
By the way,
dude.
Technically, I don't think Christian can go fuck himself anymore. Not after that spike shot. Oh my god. Oh, I wanted to throw up. I was like, I'm a bingo hall kid.
Temple, I'm with you, man. But this match was story, though. I tell you that. And I was really fantastic. I really enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm. I think they did a really good job with that. I think they did a good job of bringing in Garcia when Adam Copeland had to go act in Percy Jackson. So I was pretty excited. Like I said, I was pretty happy with the entire group and build up. That match itself was. I mean, we basically got tables, ladders, and chairs. So,
oh my.
Mm-hmm. So they.
Nice.
I just hope, like I said, I hope everybody's okay because I'm like, God damn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it was a tremendous match. I mean, I went from being in my feels to being a bingo hall kid again to being back in my feels. It was top fucking notch.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard both of them in interviews say like they wanted to do this after Edge came back to WWE. And Christian was cleared and WWE wanted no parts of it.
Fucking assholes.
So, yeah, big shock. I mean, this is off the heels of learning that, Venereal King McNugget wanted nothing to do with Sting and Taker at Mania.
Although Taker did say it's because he was afraid that Vince's argument was they're too old to do it, and I'm like, bruh.
You had Taker wrestling at WrestleMania into his fucking 50s.
Yes. I mean, like I said, it didn't make any sense. It didn't make sense then.
By the way, how old were like the NWO and DX dudes when you pulled Sting and Triple H? So get the fuck out of here. Okay.
It didn't make any sense. And honestly, no one will say it, but I think it was because I think Vince was petty. I think Sting was the only holdout from WCW, and he pretty much told Vince to go fuck himself.
But and you're probably right. But I'm just saying, getting to see this play out the way that it's played out, having them have these multiple matches, these screw jobs, this long story between them that I'm not even sure is over at this point. Because I know Pepsi Phil said like this is their goodbye to wrestling. I don't think either one of them is going anywhere. We may end up getting this shit again. I don't even know. That's the beauty of it. This was Edge. This was Soraya's moment for Edge. Like you're going to win a world championship in your own backyard. For Edge, you're going to win a championship in your own backyard against a guy you consider to be basically a brother, and continue to do something that you and him wanted to do since you came back all those years ago.
Yeah.
Because every time you two get together, it's fucking gold. There has never been a match with Edge and Christian that hasn't gone well. Never. And I've seen a ton of them from before they were in WWE. And even those are fucking great. VKM? Petty? No.
Yeah.
I'm picking up your sarcasm there, Chef. But it was just, it was back and forth. And it was cool to see Garcia and Daddy Magic and Cool Hand kind of get a little bit of shine in there, because especially like Daddy Magic, also from Canada, Danny from Buffalo, right on the fucking border.
And honestly, they need it. And honestly, for them, it was a good build because they'd been floating around way too goddamn much. And Daddy Magic, who say whatever you will, hey. Daddy Magic, for whatever reason, still, I mean, he has great, he has great charisma. Like I enjoy watching him on the mic. I think he's great. Like I said, he just needs like something. Like his match with Killshot, even though obviously he lost, was actually one of the better ones I've seen him in. And Garcia, literally, that man's fucking money, 100%.
I mean, right now I'm with you, especially like now they separated him and Daddy Magic with Ruby and his daughter.
Yeah. Now that one I don't fucking understand, but I guess
I get that one. I get it.
Did they break up already?
No, I don't know. I was talking about Daddy Magic and Menor. I don't know about that, but
Daddy Magic got to fight Big Zach.
But like Menard for me, like he got, what he reminds me of, but I might get shit on this, and I know I will. I'm not talking about his wrestling skill, folks. I'm talking about his character, especially in commenting. Like, that guy is fucking
like the gimmick.
The gimmick itself, I love it. He really reminds me of Kurt Hennig in a way. When he was commentating back in the days, and you know how Kurt was.
I can see that.
With the pencil,
the table. Okay, like doing the pencil flips. Yeah.
That's what he kind of reminds me of. Like, of course, in ring, no, but outside when he's commentating
at the table. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't argue that. Not like before. I can't argue that.
But no, I was actually, like I said, overall, I'm surprised they put him on the table at all. And I was surprised, like later on in the night, he was at the table as well. So I guess they see something in him that they're gonna bounce him around. So
I'm glad they are, because that man does, him and Magic, they deserve to have that. And I wish they could have had him more in NXT and the main roster. I wish they could have in WWE. But of course, McNugget didn't see nothing of them, and I did, on my opinion. I mean, we could fucking talk about that, but that's another time for the story.
We could do an entire show about wrestlers Vince McMahon did not think could do it.
Oh, we could do a top 5 for that. But we're like top 5.
We could have a top 50 with Vince. Jesus
Oh
Christ.
man, we could do so much of that shit.
Fucking scumbag.
But let's talk about Rampage, folks, because
Yes.
Rampage, man, round of a fucking applause, Tony Khan. I ain't gonna say no bullshit. You fucking gave the women a main fucking event. The end of fucking show. You know, we'll touch about the tag team tournament last because I want to talk about the women's one, the main event for that shit. Man, look, Sky Blue. I think Dom preached more than us here for a while. Sky Blue's underrated. What the fuck she did? Putting those fucking thumbtacks in, Chris.
That was some Darby Allin type shit, wasn't it?
Right? Like, holy fuck!
She did steal the show. And once again, my question is what the fuck is it with short women with last names with Y? Because they are sociopaths.
I don't know, but my wife is short and her first name ends in Y, so she's pretty crazy. So you're not far off.
I said what I said.
You're close. I mean, I see the theory. It holds water. I don't know what it is.
I mean, looking at you, Grandma,
and personally, when it comes to my wife and Sky Blue, I don't know why I'm so attracted, but I am.
Stephen Baker saying, "I want to."
I think honestly,
not got Mania running wild. All right, it was.
I don't know about marriage, but you know,
I think the thing I love about Sky Blue is the fact that she is getting good, incredibly fast.
Yeah,
and it's not just she can wrestle well. It's like she can tell a story in a ring well. Like she is like starting to feel herself, and you can see her coming into her own.
You know who she was when she first got there? She was Logan Paul. She had all the talent and the moves and that type of thing, and she was very book smart. She needed the street side of the game. And I think sitting around with Julia and learning from the people that Julia's learning from, she's adapting that other side that I wish Logan Paul would adapt, but apparently not even HBK can get that motherfucker to listen. So there is that. But Sky Blue is doing it. Like she has changed her gimmick. She has changed the way she talks. She has changed the way that she walks. She has changed the way that she progresses through a match and sells and everything else. And someone who I thought had a lot of potential is now realizing a good bit of that potential.
I love it.
And I was just about to say that.
Shout out to our producer Leo right there. That's right.
Leo.
So that's the thing. That's the thing about her that I'm enjoying is just watching her grow and get better. I think a lot of people underestimated her because they thought, oh, she's just cute. What can she possibly do? That match right there showed me that if Tony Khan keeps consistent,
when the fuck's that gonna happen? Shit.
But the question is if they maintain consistency and keep doing what they're doing.
You said consistency?
What? Exactly. If he can do that, you have at the very least 3 homegrown talents in your place. If you do that, you could literally double that easily in a span of 6 months to 9 months.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not that hard. Like you got 3 already. You got your top guys, top folks, I should say. You got Britt Baker, you got Tony Storm and all of them. That's great. But underneath them, you got Sky Blue, Julia Hart, who actually is kind of like a little bit higher. And then you got like a bunch of other people. Like you got Deanna, you got Thunder Rosa who are coming up, and you're just sitting there going, it ain't that hard to build these people up.
You know what? They're finally starting to add some layers to Willow, which I like. Like, going back to Dynamite where she came to save Mercedes, and then she's holding the chair looking at Mercedes like, I should just clock this bitch. But she doesn't. And then she had the whole promo where she was like, I become a whole different person when I get between those and that is actually kind of cool because I love Willow. She's so bubbly. She's so sweet. But like, eventually it just becomes Hugger Bailey. Like, I'm sick of this shit. I'm over it. It's fucking gonna make me puke. Stop. Okay, you're a heel now. Cool. I don't want Willow go that far, but I would like to see some development of that character, which we are now getting.
I think her storyline with Chris Statlander and Stokely go a long way to building that up for her. I mean,
and it doesn't hurt to throw the CEO in there now.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
Yeah, you know what? I absolutely agree with you guys on that. But go ahead, Phil. My apologies.
Well, no, like I said, back to Billy Starks. Yes, you're absolutely right about her. But I think the thing about Willow and Chris Statlander that I'm enjoying is they're creating like
why?
It's
not gonna happen to that.
We have fun fighting, but we love each other.
Yeah, we do.
Not real fighting.
I think the interesting thing is it would be fun.
It's like brothers. We fight and then we hug it out and then we go have beers. It's
Exactly.
fine. It's fine.
Yeah. So I think the thing is they have their champions. I won't call them top guys in this case. But the thing that women's division hasn't had, which TNA mastered, was having a mid card for women.
Depth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like they do not have a mid. They never had a mid card, and they're starting to build that right now. And you're sitting there going, so now when you say, why don't you have a women's division? It becomes an imperative that you have to actually have it because you got all these people. Because to this day, I am still pissed. And I know you talked about it. Having Athena and Sheeta fucking wrestling your two main people who literally at the very least the ROH TV championship should be wrestled on television. It's the finals. They deserve at least a television shot. They don't need
to this day.
But yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, and it's not like Sheeta is not a proven commodity for you. She's a 3-time fucking champion for you.
Yeah.
And Athena look, Athena was all over the goddamn place. And you took her because you knew how good she was.
And look how long she's had this women's title, and she has not sniffed television one time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you'll be at TNA tomorrow? That should be
nice. Cool. Okay, nice. So yeah, I mean, right now, at the rate they're going, they could probably build a women's division.
Let's get it out.
I don't want to say as good as TNA, but comparable to TNA. Yeah. So and that's fine. I have no idea what that means.
I don't know, but it's funny.
What? Crystal Phil, cream soda Phil, what the fuck, Pepsi Phil? Why is so much
Pepsi cream or cream Pepsi? Is that a thing? I know they had Dr. Pepper and cream soda, but do they have Pepsi or cream Pepsi? That just sounds nasty.
Yeah.
Simple. We fucking went almost an hour of Okada. So
we went hard. And it's all your fault.
Yeah.
It's all your fucking fault, but we still love you.
And we did it for you.
We did it for you, Temple.
We did it for you, Temple.
Just for you.
Just for you.
We love you. Dango!
Dango, what's going on? Shout out to Outrage Zone. Make sure you check
Trying
out
to save some of my voice for karaoke night on Sunday. It's not working.
Okay, so I do like that though, Temple. I do like that.
I'd be down for that.
Yeah.
Didn't we talk about adding Abaddon to this faction? I think we did, right?
Well, I did. Yeah. I said make a.
Yeah, no, you brought it up. I know, but
make like a female House of Black with those.
Yeah.
Three.
Yes. I remember that. Yeah.
Oh no, it'd be perfect.
Oh man,
still think it'd be perfect.
I mean, unfortunately, I'm like, where the fuck is Chris Statlander going to be? Because technically, you can't leave him out. I mean, granted, Chris Statlander did take the beating.
Well, she beat unfortunately by Hellband Vixen. Unfortunately, Brian Diva Band. So it is. Oh well. But even Bakley mentioned. Thank you, Bakley. I was going to mention that, but you already mentioned it. So I guess the finals are set for the Women's Television Championship. You're going to have Queen Amanada versus Billy Starks in the finals. The winner of that will become.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
Oh, it was half right. Okay.
we did pick Billy Starks. I'm interested.
My winner's still in it. That's all that matters to me.
I am curious about the Queen Amanada thing. That might be a wild card right there.
Yeah, she's all elite, but she's in the finals of the ROH television title that isn't on television. Now my head hurts. Fuck.
We talked about that 1,000 times for 1,000 hours.
Doesn't mean it doesn't make my head hurt. Look, you can't even put on camera. Your head hurts so bad.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good point. You feel better? You feel better now? Shit.
I mean, I could look at the top of your head all day. It's shiny. It's beautiful.
Wonderful.
Makes me want to milk Doug.
I guess I said the problem is that
I relate.
So I understand ROH is
not
still,
me, not there yet. So I still, even though
I-
how about that? I'm more close to your age, Pepsville, but
yeah. So I mean, I understand ROH is still in that flux, trying to find a home. But for the C2 tournament, you had ROH literally in its own
All up
bracket,
and through it. Yeah.
all through it, and you can't give the women's the finals one TV time. Shit. I mean, as much as
television championship too.
Yeah, it's like you could give them shit. At least give them Collision or Rampage. Goddamn.
This is why my head hurts.
Like,
I didn't say AEW was perfect. I said they were getting better. This is there's still some shit they gotta iron out. There's only so much that Mercedes can do in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta wonder if it's not all Tony or if they're being told that we don't want that many women's matches on there, and that's what I'm concerned about. That's
I've
what I'm
said that
really
all
concerned.
along.
That's what I'm concerned about. If the studios are just like, just keep it with the dudes. We don't need that many women's matches. Like that's the thing I'm most concerned with.
See, that was a Warner thing during WCW.
Yes.
And so I don't know if that's still a thing. Because a lot of people are quick to blame Tony Khan, but if you go back to all those years at Nitro, there was not a lot of women's matches.
No.
There were none.
There was like a handful. I think Medusa had a couple, and that was pretty much it. Outside of like, oh, Kimberly's going to get in a slap match with whatever host Scott Steiner's walking out here today.
No. We're not saying that, baby. No, we're just digressing about just pretty much. Why
Oh no, I do. It's just
there ain't no reason. There's no reason to segregate them just to a pay-per-view. Like you can use all of.
It's difficult to invest in a pay-per-view when I have to pay to watch them in the fucking first place.
And how many people are going to want to pay for a pay-per-view? And it's not that they don't want to for the women. It's just some people can't always afford $50 to pay for a pay-per-view sometimes.
Like here's the thing, okay? I know they're bigger, but WWE's like, all right, our programming is on national television and our pay-per-views are on Peacock. If you are given Peacock through your cable provider, which I am, you can watch us for free. Cool. ROH. We have all this talent behind a paywall, and then we're going to have pay-per-view. So now you have to pay twice to see these same people have basically the same match. AEW doesn't even make you do that.
Yeah.
No.
And that's the problem with, like I said, I understand Tony struggled to try to find someplace a streaming platform. Hopefully, with this new WB NBA plan, that he can finally go put us on streaming. But
yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to wait to see how they're gonna do that because for me, that's why.
That's the question. Like, I don't know what they're gonna do. That's the thing. I don't know. Like, does it lead to that, or is it one of those? Nope, still on television.
I still feel like they're gonna wait until after Dynasty to figure out to determine. That's just me. I mean, but to each his own. But I'm just saying that I feel because right now it's kind of difficult to. Excuse me, I'll take that word back because I want to say difficult. I think right now they don't want to kind of don't want to add more to it as of right now, since they have Mania week coming up. Wait after that, then because they're gonna have their Dynasty coming up, so they're gonna have Dynasty coming up. Then after Dynasty, maybe they can add into it because. After that, WWE gonna have a bunch of their marketing, and I'm talking about business marketing. That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
I feel that they could do that more after that, and then we'll find out from there because Tony Khan had mentioned it already prior before the comments about it. They asked him the questions about it plenty of times, so maybe that could be the case that he can probably save it for. I don't know. You guys tell me what's the next big event normally that we're used to around that time, spring, summer. What is it? So we have Revolution. What else? Is it Double or Nothing, right?
Double or Nothing.
Double or Nothing's the next one. Yeah, Double or Nothing.
So
Double or Nothing, Forbidden Door.
It might. I mean, if they're going to make an announcement, it make more sense to do it for Double or Nothing. Truth be told.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, Bakley, did they change that? Like, is it all part of the Honor
Really?
Club now? Because I had signed up for it originally, and then when the pay-per-view came up, I was supposed to pay $40 again to watch it. And I
Yeah.
said, fuck you, and I canceled the whole fucking thing.
I mean, that's what I had. I mean, that was the reason why I had to drop ROH too.
Well, I was just going for the library because I love the library. Shit.
Oh, I love the library, but at the same time,
great.
I can find most of the library on YouTube. I have my ways.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a reason BitTorrent exists. Not that I use that, by the way.
Pay for the monthly service and then buy the pay-per-views at the same time. It was like, yeah, I'll just fucking hear about it after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they have what? Don't they have no dishonor coming up soon?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's gonna happen on that Friday for Hall of Fame SmackDown.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah. So that's going to be an event to see because I'm looking forward. I do want to see the replay. I'll see it tomorrow or maybe this weekend. Yes, I'll be on vacation for this weekend, folks. I'll be back next week, but maybe these guys will be on doing Debate Center Saturday or Sunday, depending on them how they feel because it's a lot to talk about. You see what we talk about sports, anything. The Notorious will be hosting that weekend, whatever he wants to do that weekend. That's up to him. He is a man of the hour, on the hour, every hour, West Coast, East Coast, anywhere, everywhere, anything. That's up to him.
The hour of power.
He's the hour of power. But one thing that I do want to see, I want to see Rachel Ellering versus Hikaru Shida. I gotta go see that replay. I have to see it, even though we're live tonight. But I definitely gotta see that match. I'm curious to see how. I've seen Rachel Ellering live in person twice. She's fantastic. I love it in the ring. No one credits due. But all right. But other than that, I wanted to say about the women's. Love it. I'm glad that they got their Momentum Women's Week for this week. Let's hope it continues. Bakley mentioned a comment earlier. He enjoyed having a 3-hour Dynamite instead of a 2-hour.
I did too.
And I did too. I'm not going to deny it. I didn't know it felt long, but for me, it kind of gave a break of getting understanding of all the stories that are just building. Because from there, we're like, yeah. But the last subject here within Rampage, because unfortunately they couldn't do it on Debate Center because they were running out of time because we're doing a lot of other things on a Sunday, folks, on St. Patrick's Day. Of what I'm doing here on Thursday because it's my Friday.
I think I had a few too many Guinness and I forgot.
It is fine.
I think we got excited. And, we did forget about this.
We did. So we know that a Rampage Best Friends defeated, of course, Don Callis family, which which didn't surprise me. It was going to happen. This shocked me. The fucking infantry, fucking what the fuck? Okay, so yeah, I don't know.
I'm actually not surprised by that. The House of Black has been on a weird, I don't want to say downturn, but they have been in a nebulous place in wrestling.
They've been in a rut.
Yeah, we'll say rut. Infantry, however, has not. So I'm not that surprised. And Tony was definitely all about bringing in new blood anyway. So,
which is fine. That's great, and I don't feel that is bad. But it shocked me out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, where the fuck is BCC in this? That's where I'm at. I apologize to interrupt you, Chris. It's just like I wanted to say. I hate to say, fuck. I never say it, and I hate to say it. I do not agree on a lot of the things what piece of shit Alvarez says, but he is right about this. Where the fuck is Combat Club on this fucking situation? They beat FTR. How the fuck did FTR get to that point?
You know what it makes me think? Because I don't think it's happened yet. I don't know, and I'm a psycho, so it could have. But what if the BCC are the wild card team against FTR?
So you think it might be a triple threat in this case, or do you feel like it might just be like
FTR already won? FTR technically already
won. They already did. Fuck. Yeah. I'm sorry.
So here's
That's what I forgot. That's what I forgot. Forgive me.
So here's the thing about that.
So yeah, it's bullshit.
And honestly, I'm kind of with Dom. What Dom said last week about them.
Mm-hmm.
This is a tag team This is a tag team tournament.
What tag team?
BCC is not a tag.
What fucking tag team?
They're a clique.
Yeah, they're a clique. They're a faction.
And that's why I thought FTR should have beat him at Revolution.
Yeah.
Because you got a tag team going up against a couple members of a clique.
Mm-hmm.
And they do whatever the fuck they want. They team up when they want. They run off when they want. Danielson's out here just picking dream fights with everybody. He don't give a fuck about none of them. And like Human had said on Sunday, none of those guys could point to Blackpool on a map of fucking England. So I mean, they're wild. They're everywhere, but they're a clique. They're not a fucking tag team. FTR should have beat them at Revolution, moved into the tournament with momentum. Instead, they lost. Now they got a little bit of it back, but it just BCC doesn't even sniff this. No. That doesn't make any sense. Now, don't get me wrong. The infantry thing, it wasn't bad. It was just weird. And I get Bakley say like they needed that shock. Mm-hmm. Okay, fair. But I just. I'm just happy best friends advance because that's still my pick.
I remember that.
Honestly, for me, it was genuinely just BCC's not a tag team. Alvarez just wants to fucking include BCC because they're cool, and he's friends with all of them. But truth be told, BCC
you make a great point right there. You really do.
Hey, really do.
I don't follow him closely enough to remember these types of things, but you make a very good point.
And honestly,
him and I were not best friends. So that's how you know.
So my question is like if they're not a tag team, why do you bring them in? I will at least give Tony credit for this one. There's no reason to bring them in because let's face it, would you really trust them with a tag? Would you really feel that they're a tag team with them belts? Yeah, they're great to do it, but I'm like, okay, John's gonna go fuck off somewhere in Japan while what? Claudio's just fucking around at ROH. Yeah.
I was like, Claudio's out there working in his coffee shop. Danielson's picking fights with anybody that's like relatively legendary.
And again, like you said, where the fuck is Yuta? Is he hurt?
Like I said, Yuta's just doing his best Fresh Prince impression. He's just laying up against Uncle Phil, going, "How come nobody want me, man?"
So honestly, I'm like, wonder where the fuck is
that clip.
Now I need to find out if Yuta's. Now I gotta look up and see if Yuta's hurt somewhere.
I have no
idea.
Because honestly, it's been at this point we're at what 2 months without Yuta,
at least, maybe longer.
So I mean, you want to talk about losing momentum?
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I saw him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, unless they give him a break, who knows? I don't know.
I mean, maybe I think the last thing I remember him doing was having that match with Ricky Starks.
Yeah, like and think about
that was a while ago. Now
that was a while ago. And like I said, his momentum is pretty much completely disappeared. Like if he had it, it went away. So waiting to see what. Why would you put BCC in there? Shit.
So, yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, I'm with you. I said it, and I'm with you. So you know.
So what's the other one?
So I mean, pretty much. What do you guys got in this tournament? I mean,
I agree with Dom. The best friends right now are probably the ones you want to win. I think they would probably of this group, they're the one I think would benefit not benefit themselves, benefit AEW. Because for some ungodly reason, the best friends are so over, no matter what they do.
Well, yeah. I mean, they're like literally day one guys.
Yeah, exactly. And
they've been such a huge part of not only the tag division, but AEW in general.
Yeah. And I mean, even when they're hurt, they always work.
Yeah. And like I said last week, even if they won it, you could just put on the old Freebird rules. Whoever's healthy can defend those titles. It could be anybody. You could have Roppongi Vice out there as best friends defending the tag team titles. We don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been like I said, they've done so much. They really have earned a spot with a set of tag titles. At least it would make you feel like AEW remembers where the fuck they came from.
I mean, for what it's worth, they also the ones who pretty much brought up Wheeler Yuta. Like Wheeler was great beforehand, but they did kind of introduce us to Wheeler Yuta. So, And I think that's that's pretty much what they've always been about.
Oh, he is hurt. Okay, well.
Okay, that
makes sense. All right.
Get better soon, Wheeler. Wheeler, I miss you.
Yeah, Lord knows, man. At the very least, if Wheeler was tagging with somebody, at least they were a tag team. Shit.
And if they win those titles, could you imagine like Trent's mom driving him down the ramp in the minivan with like champagne and orange juice and shit?
Hell yeah, with Sue driving that goddamn car.
Sue's just pouring mimosas for everybody, you know, like handing out cookies.
I mean, you right there is the thing. To this day, we still love Sue for how she supported the Best Friends, which for some ungodly reason, that gimmick will not work in most places. But for some reason, we're like, of course, you're win. And we are. And I remember everyone being pissed when I forget who was it. Was someone destroyed their minivan?
Proud and Powerful.
Yeah, they destroyed her
I was
minivan.
mad as fuck.
Everybody was pissed about that shit. I'm like, what the fuck? She ain't do shit to y'all. She just giving rides.
She was just getting them to the show so you could kick the shit out of them. What's wrong with you? Yeah, my love for Sue and my disgust and disdain towards P&P will just last eternally.
To this day.
So I mean, if you want to talk about people holding it down, yeah, Best Friends are pretty much it. I mean, I'm worried that because Chuck Taylor's injured, they won't let them win. So, which is weird.
Yeah, but that's you take Chuck out, then you bring Orange Cassidy in, and he's the only one that's actually won a fucking title in AEW. That just makes their chances better.
I just feel bad for Orange. That man don't get a rest.
He's only got to wrestle once a week now, so he's cool. That's time off. This motherfucker was wrestling every hour on the hour for 6 months.
On several continents at that.
He probably feels like he's retired right now.
Honestly, no.
Come on now.
I know, like I said, I know we talk about Gunther's IC reign, but goddamn, Orange Cassidy's international championship reign was insane.
Yeah.
Like legitimate workhorse energy on that one.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Both of them was like, dude, stop. We get it. Fighting champ, tough. Got it. Cool. Stop.
What was that period where he was like wrestling at AEW, went to Rev Pro, did a couple of matches there, and then came back?
And it was right before the pay-per-view when he lost his title. And then he'd come back to Dynamite and fight like Swerve. No, it was before Roddy.
Okay.
He had gone, and then he came back and he fought somebody from the Undisputed Kingdom. I think it was Bennett.
Yeah, I think it was Bennett. Yeah.
And then he had to fight Roddy a few days later at the pay-per-view. Was like, guys, chill with this man. Okay. Just chill.
Exactly. I mean, God bless him. God bless him for pretty much making that shit work. So again.
Any more comments here?
No, we got a couple of. We need to hurry.
No, that was all I had. I'm sticking with Best Friends. Long story short,
same.
Okay, well, I got one more thing here. So because somebody brought it up here in the comments, so I will get actually two more things because I have to put our sponsorship out there. But I'll end
of course,
yes, but. Let's see. There you go. Finally, because somebody asked, and there you go. So, Forbidden Door WWE GCW. So, Shayna Baszler will be competing there in the Bloodsport. By the way, people don't know that Josh Barnett's Bloodsport is awesome. I've seen it, and it's fucking fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's crazy.
This is completely shocking to me. I don't know how this deal happened. Is Josh Barnett associated with TKO or UFC?
Well,
I mean,
maybe.
I would answer that question, but go ahead.
I mean, I guess my question is I know he has a peripheral as like been having experience with him, but I meant like, was he actually like attached to them like financially, like on paper somehow, or like do they have a stake? Is there a stake in there that they have?
I could tell you that Barnett is part of not board of directors, but part of TKO. Aaron Emanuel respects Josh Barnett. He was there at the time when he purchased UFC. and Barnett was really good friends with him. So they're really, really good friends.
Aren't he and Trips close? Or am I?
And that too.
Okay.
And so
I'm sitting here like breaking my brain thinking about.
I mean, for what it's worth, the Shayna Baszler Marsha Samovich match is probably going to be incredible.
Oh, and Bakley went and said it. Okay, I wasn't even looking. I was just sitting here like, how the fuck would he be tied to? And then it started to,
and that too.
Honestly, though, I think, Pepsi Phil asking how this happened. I think it's the same. It's the same way that Shinsuke got to go over and be involved with the Great Buddha in what was it, Noah?
Yeah, this is part of his retirement.
Is that it's like, okay, we have this talent. They're not really doing anything. And blank person requested them. And we can make it seem like we're willing to work with other promotions as long as they're not really competition.
Okay.
Kind of like WWE used to work with ECW back in the day because they didn't see them as competition.
Okay.
They really kind of were. I'm just that's another story. So send someone like Shayna Baszler, who you're honestly you should be, but you're not really doing anything with, out to face Masha Slamovich at AEW for Josh Barnett, who, as we said, has ties to both sides of TKO and WWE, and have a banger of a fucking match to get people thinking like, wow, that was amazing and this is cool, and like, oh, WWE, they're starting to work with people, but the reality of the situation is they're working with GCW the same way they worked with ECW. They just look at them and go, oh, well, they're no threat. We'll throw somebody at them we're not using.
Okay.
Like ECW, they're like, oh, you want us to send somebody over there? Sure. I think Jerry the King Lawler has some free time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, he only works on Monday.
That's true. It's just for me, I just hope that Brett Lauderdale doesn't make it seem like, oh, I did everything. No, you didn't do shit.
Yeah,
Barnett, we didn't do shit. Barnett did everything because he's the one who pays for that shit as well, besides your ass. And you say, oh, I pay for everything. What do you pay?
I was going to say, that's what he did. He took Josh Barnett's money.
That's what he did. Yeah, exactly.
That counts as a job.
I guess.
A job.
If that's true, a pimp should have a resume.
Yeah.
And health benefits.
What are pimp benefits?
Because it is hard out there for a pimp, y'all.
Isn't it though?
It really is. Not that I would know.
Mm-hmm.
Or would I?
Oh, you would, yes.
So I mean, it's like I said, this is an interesting turn of events. I mean, it's good for Shayna at the very least.
Oh, and according to Bakley, there might be one or two more WWE talents on the Bloodsport card, which would be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But same reason, it'll be people they got nothing fucking for, so they're just like, hey, Josh asked for him, send him over there.
So we getting Titus again?
Cue Drew Gulak. Exactly. Gubba Gulak's going to come out of forced retirement to go to Bloodsport. Although he'd be perfect. He really would.
But yeah, he would be. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, we'll see. I mean, how they're going to do it. I mean, I don't know.
It's definitely interesting. And the match itself, just I'm trying not to drool over the possibilities of what that could bring.
Yeah.
In that setting. Because I've watched Bloodsport plenty of times. Probably all 10. And it is definitely an interesting, brutal fucking show. And it's right up Shayna Baszler's alley. That's why the Drew Gulak would be another one that's just like it fits to a T.
Mm-hmm.
Bloodsport is basically everything they were hoping Raw Underground would be. And never was.
My camera froze. I'll be right back. You guys continue. Right back.
Okay,
bro. But yeah, I mean, it looks like an amazing show. And speaking of which, this has been an amazing show. And Ivan has left us.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he left the video. Let me see.
I think he had to reboot for a little bit. Yeah.
Oh wait, he's coming back. But yeah, that should be an amazing show. This has been an amazing show.
Mm-hmm.
again, like we say, we do this and then we hug it out because we love each other. And
No,
we
we're not mad at each other, folks.
Yeah.
We do it for you, okay? Temple, that was all for you, bro.
You have
stay
your
up
blood-
till
you
God
have-
knows when in the United Kingdom just to watch us and chat along. So we did that just for you.
Yes, we did it just for you. We're not upset. You're
But
fine.
I can't thank these guys on the screen enough for putting up the end De Niro.
Mhm.
I can't thank the chat enough. This was an amazing night. I don't quite know if I can come back or not. I've got some meathead stuff to work out and hopefully get that out for you this weekend. That might be a happy little alternative. But
yeah.
I'll see what I could do. I'll see what I could do.
For this weekend?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
we've got an episode in the can. I got to go through, check it out, maybe do some editing, work some magic, and then I can upload it. So that's
because I will be on mini weekend vacation.
I mean, the one thing we didn't get a chance to talk about that I was kind of hoping we'd have time for is
go for it. What
the announcement that Bray Wyatt's documentary drops WrestleMania weekend.
I'm looking forward to seeing that.
That's going to be cool. Did I read it? Did I read the article wrong, or is the Undertaker actually narrating it?
His
I
brother
didn't get a chance to read all of it, but yeah, I think it's Bo Dallas.
Oh, is it Bo?
Yeah.
Okay, because I thought I read somewhere that the Undertaker was going to narrate his.
Alive, I am alive.
The thing I'm hoping is that Undertaker will tell us what he said to Bray.
Sorry,
remember the Bray Wyatt LA Knight Undertaker segment?
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping that someday Undertaker tells us what he said to Bray.
Oh, I'd love to know.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it might be in a documentary. I highly doubt it, but at the very
I hope it just wasn't. Don't fuck this up.
I mean,
don't fuck it up.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I figure like they probably had longer conversations in the back leading up to that. So, but I'm curious of what he said right then and there.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing I'm looking forward to. I do feel bad for Alexa Bliss
because I didn't know the Monday before.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah,
April Fool's Day. Okay.
Like,
we decided not to drop it. April Fool's.
Mm-hmm.
Be mad as fuck.
I mean, I'm gonna feel like I said, I'm gonna feel bad for Alexa Bliss because I didn't know how tight they were. So,
well, we could do a review about that. I wouldn't mind because I think
we could always watch it and then do a review after the fact.
Yeah, I mean, like
it's also something that I'm working on, not wrestling related, but
yeah, we could
debate center, folks, because the debate center, anything can happen. Could be sports, could be movies, could be anything. Whatever the DOM, whatever Phil wants, whatever Here Does Network wants.
We'll see.
Yes.
So, all right.
One last thing, we're gonna close it out here just to give our sponsorship. One of them here that will be on April 12th here in Southern California, in Wilmington, California. April 12th will be PCW Ultra Wanted. We have 6 great matches coming to you. We're going to have Brian Keith, who is signed with AEW, will be defending the Ultra Lightweight Championship versus Primo Colon, making his first ever independent promotion wrestling match in the States since he left WWE, because remember he owns WWC in Puerto Rico. He is going to make his first time ever appearance. We're going to have the BFF Bestie, the PCW Women's Champion. That is Samaya defending her PCW Women's Championship versus the top tier, and that is Jasmine Allure. That's which was involved in that triple threat match where Viva Banda she lost the matchup. We have a 6-man tag team match, of course. For me, is one of my favorite tag teams, and that's Power Privilege, who will be teaming up with Kevin Koa versus Los Suavecitos and Grizzly Birdie. So I'm looking forward to seeing that match. I'm excited for that. We have Tommy the Test Guy versus the Wise Guy. So that's going to be a match that everybody's been asking, and they got it. Now you guys got it, California. And Jacob Batu defending. Before I you know what, I'm going to save Jacob Batu last. I had to get Cordova versus Casey Navarro. Freddie Cordova. That'll be another great matchup right there to see Casey Navarro finally making his debut in PCW Ultra. And we have the PCW Ultra Heavyweight Championship on the line. Jacob Fatu versus the Tank Man. Tank Man, everybody knows from MLW and other promotions. Tank Man is coming here to California to challenge. And follow PCW, folks, because there'll be spoilers there. And we will have spoilers here soon.
Yeah.
We can't say it now because we got to wait till after Mania because there's so much shit going on. Is we can't say it. So that I can tell you. That's right. What a card to get your damn tickets. That is right. Yes.
What he said.
And I forgot to mention one more match. I forgot. I apologize. That is Gano del Mal versus Alexander Titus. So that's going to be something to look forward to. Yep. That's going to be meaty man. Slapping meat, and I will be there.
That's going to be a meaty men paradise.
Yes. And also, Pete, don't forget, of course, to follow all over social media platforms. Follow PCW Ultra, and also our other sponsorship. That is Pacific Place Brewery, another sponsorship, which we'll be announcing what's happening over there for everybody's listening or watching in Southern California. We'll be having an event there, 2 nights there. So stay tuned for that. That'll be announced next week because we got a lot to do. Unfortunately, we can't do it today because we're waiting for it to be official until they give me the green light. And of course, folks, do not forget to follow us on the social media platforms. All of us here on the Debate Network, Top Rope Wrestling Talk. And don't forget the Wrestling Delorean now that it has officially its own YouTube and the XM Radio, because sponsored by XM Radio, which will be there soon. And we're sponsored by Spotify and Apple Podcasts and iHeartRadio and, anywhere that you listen to this show, Amazon as well. We appreciate you all. You guys already know. Gracias por todos. Shout out to Mexico. Shout out to Canada, Australia, Japan, Brazil, everywhere, the United States, around the world, Germany, Vietnam, everywhere. So we love you guys for giving us this platform for you guys to listen. Even though I know you guys are like, damn, we guys talk for like hours. But see, this is why it's called debate for a reason. Because we have 2 of the phenomenal ones, no pun intended, AJ Styles, that we like to debate here. That's what we do here. We debate here. We debate all the time. And don't forget, and I forgot to mention, of course, this Saturday for everybody who are listening, if you follow Fake Destroyed, tune in this Saturday. This Saturday they will be performing in North Hollywood. I do not have the flyer yet because I forgot to get the flyer, and I apologize, Chris, if you're watching this. But if you guys are listening to this, follow Fate Destroyed. It's the link tree right below. They'll give you all the platforms for their Spotify or anywhere you can listen to the music. New albums coming up, new music's coming up for them. So you can come see them perform. See the director, Chris Kennedy, perform this Saturday in California here in North Hollywood. And it's going to be a banger of a 2-night event they're having, and they're going to kill the show for this Saturday.
Okay.
But other than that, I mean, Dom, you want to close this out? You know where to hit, buddy. You know where to hit.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like I said, once again, thank you to my family here and De Niro. Thank you to everybody, Temple and Dan and all the guys in the chat and maybe even a few gals. That was kind of cool. We don't get a lot of women in the chat. Thank you. And everybody enjoy the weekend, Collision, whatever the hell you're watching, and enjoy wrestling. If it's not your cup of tea, let somebody else drink it. And with all that being said, yep, it's that time.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
That's right. And don't forget to follow Pepsi Phil. I wish I could get Careless Whisper here, but I can't because YouTube will ban me.
Careless Whisper.
Oh, shit.
Y'all just steady giving it away.
Giving it all away, baby.
We got to give it away.
All for free.
Well, you tell them for $3.99, where can they follow you?
Just stop by Instagram for Philip JP 24601. You can also find me on everything else, including Threads. for links for stories, art, and any kind of article and any random ramblings that I may have about anything.
Notorious.
Oh, well, you can follow us on the X at Top Rope WT. Search for Top Rope Wrestling Talk on Facebook, or you can come to the greatest Instagram handle ever that I made, which is at top_rope_wrestling_talk.
That is right.
I love it.
Everybody does.
Thanks, Leo.
Yes, we appreciate Leo for giving us everything and being our producer. Pepsi Phil is if it's telling long, big black boy kids had an affair when it gave birth to someone. One of us.
What the fuck?
What?
Why? And why do I love that so much?
Oh God! Oh my God! Tell us the question for you, Phil. You want to answer the question?
Yeah, most of my work's freelance, and usually it's on commission these days. However, if most of my stuff I tend to do for comic conventions and stuff, I am working on building a store to actually mail stuff out because people keep yelling at me about doing that.
He will, but I'm not gonna say when, and I'll be private. And you'll see when.
I was gonna say he was also nice enough to make that Top Rope logo next to me for us.
That's
so
right.
there is that. All of ours, really.
And on that note, if you already know, here on the Debate Network and the OnlyFans here, besides doing OnlyFans for $3.99, if you heard his background, like I don't know what the fuck he got something going on right now. He's in a hurry.
Oh, I heard the Knight Rider. There was a little irony in that.
Yeah, like yep. It wasn't his phone. It was downstairs. Like, let's go, pal. We gotta get up there. And like, jeez, all right. And Top Rope, of course. We don't just podcast, make music, do artwork, incredible artwork. What Pepsi Phil does here, and not only fans because we're married, but he's the only one who could do it because we can't, unfortunately. Sorry, honey, unfortunate. Okay, sorry, a little bit mad. But
fortunately,
respectfully, we say, Kenny Omega, tell us, and until then, folks, enjoy wrestling. Well, actually, that's not my one. Sorry. And then you can say when
I already said it. Say your
thing.
thing.
One more. You gotta say it one more time, and then.
For the love of God, we need to go home. Come on, somebody.
Enjoy wrestling. If it's not your cup of tea, let somebody else drink it.
That's right, folks. Bye.
Must bid you adieu, a goodbye, mwah, and good night. Oh my God, it's so great. Bang! Yes!